First for today, on behalf of management, John Wilson's Education Society's Wilson College Autonomous extends a warm welcome to our respected guest, Principal Ma'am, IQAC Coordinator, Vice Principals, staff, students, and our dear participants to the two-day Interdisciplinary National Conference on Scientific Approaches for Sustainable Environment in collaboration with University of Mumbai. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Madhav Rajwade sir, Principal, Sati College Autonomous, and Associate Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology, University of Mumbai. Welcome and thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. Joining us today is our Member of Board of Management, Mr. Sanjay Singh, sir, Wilson College, Treasurer of JWES, Management Director of United Church of Northern India Trust Association. We are happy to have you, sir. We also have among us Dr. Ganesh Kamath, Director of Organica Biotech Private Limited. Sir is our keynote speaker. We are glad to have you, sir, with us today. I must acknowledge that Organica Biotech is also our proud sponsors. We are thankful to Dr. Kamath, sir. Joining with him is Dr. Praful Randive, sir, who is Head Research and Development at Organica Biotech Private Limited. Thank you, sir, for your constant support and encouragement. Wilson College Autonomous, with its rich history of 191 years, has been among the pioneering colleges to adopt and adapt to changes with the passing time. And now that mankind faces one of its greatest challenges of sustaining our natural environment, our college has taken a step towards building a platform through this conference where everyone gets an opportunity to deliberate, communicate, and strategize for making our world a better place for the future generations. Our college is no alien to the hurdles towards conservation of natural resources. Under the able leadership of our respected principal ma'am, Professor Dr. Anna Pratima Nikalje, and a team of Green Warriors, we have started taking measures and actions towards a cleaner and greener environment. These efforts have borne fruits as our college is the proud recipient of Mumbai Sustainability Award 2023. As we participate in this conference, leaving behind our Chalta Hai attitude, I request everyone to seriously deliberate on how we can together protect our Mother Earth and preserve our natural resources, setting a precedent to our future generations that making them aware that natural resources and our environment is an invaluable gift which requires nurturing and care. As Dan Fetchman has rightly said, sustainable development requires human ingenuity. People are the most important resources. With these words, I hope everyone here will make the most of these 2 days. Happy learning to all. We now move on to our inaugural ceremony. No event is possible without the blessings of God Almighty. Therefore, I humbly request everyone to join me in thanking God and asking the Almighty to shower His blessings and grace to make this conference a success. For this, I call upon our dear chaplain, Reverend Ms. Arpana, ma'am, to lead us into prayer. Ma'am, please.
This morning, as we come together to celebrate environment and God-given universe, it reminds us a wonderful passage from God's word before we pray this morning In Proverbs 3, it says like this: by wisdom, the Lord laid the earth's foundation. By understanding, he set the heavens in place. By his knowledge, the watery depths were divided, and the clouds let drop the dew. So, my son, do not let this wisdom and understanding out of your sight. Preserve sound judgment and discretion. This world created by the Lord will be life for you, an ornament to grace your neck. Shall we commit this time in God's hand and the next 2 days, asking the Lord to take over? Shall we all close our eyes? Heavenly Father, as this morning our heads are bowed, eyes closed, we quieten our hearts in your presence. And Lord, as we heard from your word, that by wisdom and understanding, you created the heaven and the earth. And every man or woman of science is a man and woman of God. This morning we thank you for this beautiful world, for this nature and environment that has been given as a blessing to mankind. And Father, as you have authored this world, you are a God who is beyond space, time, and matter. And yet you have given us these valuable gifts of space, time, and matter. This morning we ask, as we deliberate upon this gift of God, the nature in and around us, Lord, we want to open our minds to ideas, to inventions, and to discoveries. Lord, we pray that you will raise a generation from among us, from this college, that will move in alignment with your wisdom and understanding. That our young people, Lord, will create a better future. Lord, you are a God of all inventions and ideas. So this morning, as we come together, we commit the speakers, the resource people, and all the knowledge and experience. And Father, may they sow great wisdom into our children. And Lord, every seed of wisdom be well received. And Father, we ask that Wilson College will be hands-on to have, Lord, to build, Lord, an environment that be a blessing to the world. We commit the next 2 days, every one of us in your mighty hands. And above all, we invite your presence to come and be enthroned in this place. And may you be glorified. And may we always remember that it is a gift of God. In Jesus' most precious name, we ask this prayer. And everyone said, Amen.
Thank you, ma'am, for your blessings. We now sing our national anthem. I kindly request Dr. Ashish Usgare, sir, Vice Principal, Wilson College, to come onto the podium. Everyone, please participate in the singing.
Shall we all join together in proudly singing our national anthem? Jana Gana Mana Adhinayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkal Banga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchala Jaladi Taranga तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे भारत माता की
Thank you, Dr. Ashish Usgare, sir. Requesting our dignitaries to please take their place onto the dais. Our chief guest for today, Dr. Madhav Rajwade, sir. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Ganesh Kamath, sir. Our respected principal, Professor Anna Pratima Nikalji, ma'am. Dr. Praful Randive, sir. And our convener for the conference, Dr. Anuradha Pense, ma'am. I request our principal ma'am to come forward and felicitate our dignitaries with a small token of our appreciation. Our chief guest, Dr. Madhav Rajwade, sir. Please join in the clapping. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Ganesh Kamath, Director, Organica Biotech Private Limited. Dr. Praful Randive, Head Research and Development Department, Organica Biotech Private Limited. A little louder claps, please. Can't hear you. Thank you, Principal Ma'am. I now request our convener, Dr. Anuradha Pense ma'am, to felicitate our principal. Please, ma'am.
First, take it.
A conference of this capacity requires a very steadfast support system and a guiding force for it to be possible. And we are very blessed to have this in the form of our respected principal, Professor Dr. Anna Pratima Nikalji, who is also the Honorable Secretary of John Wilson's Education Society, whose vision and drive to make Wilson College an institute of excellence has led us to this day. Ma'am's enthusiasm has always been a source of encouragement. She is truly the torchbearer for the national conference. I kindly request ma'am to say a few words.
Respected guests, distinguished speakers, faculty members, and participants who have gathered here, and to those who are attending online, a very good morning to you all. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to our esteemed institution for the Interdisciplinary National Conference on Scientific Approaches for Sustainable Environment. Wilson College is an educational institution established in 1832, 25 years before the formation of University of Mumbai by Scottish missionary Dr. Reverend John Wilson, who is also acknowledged as one of the founding fathers of modern Bombay and University of Mumbai in 1857. Wilson College has the distinguished honor of giving the first few vice chancellors of University of Mumbai. Existing for 191 glorious years, the college is a testimony of dedicated services rendered by its teachers, who are the pillars of the college, practicing the motto of the college, faith, hope, and love. The college offers education up to PhD programs in arts, commerce, science. NAC accredited A grade to college for consecutive 3 cycles. The college has acquired autonomous status since November 2021. We are the proud recipient of the Best College Award 2019 in Urban category by University of Mumbai and recently received a grant of 1.2 crores from the Department of Biotechnology under the Star College Strengthening Scheme for Science Departments. This conference is a concerted effort of all the science departments who on the occasion of the Founders Day have organized this conference as a tribute to the great visionary and missionary Reverend Dr. John Wilson. Last year, the arts departments had come together and had organized a national conference. This conference gathering testifies our shared commitment to addressing the critical environmental challenges that confront our planet. We have all witnessed the undeniable impact of human activities on the delicate balance of our ecosystems. Unwarranted and unfavorable climate changes, uncontrollable pollution, and loss of biodiversity are some of the stark realities that demand our immediate attention and collaborative efforts. In this context, the role of interdisciplinary science becomes pivotal in finding holistic and innovative solutions. Our college, as a beacon of knowledge and learning and a socially conscious institute, has always worked towards a greener environment. Therefore, it is a moment of pleasure and pride to host this conference that aligns with our commitment to fostering intellectual discourse and societal betterment, bringing together brilliant minds from diverse disciplines. The disciplinary approach has become a necessity as new needs have emerged, encouraging collaboration between experts in biology, chemistry, physics, mathematics, information technology, and beyond. It is at this intersection of knowledge that we discover the newer solutions capable of bringing about a real change. Hence, I am confident that the outcome of this conference will not only contribute significantly to the existing body of knowledge, but will also inspire actionable steps towards a more sustainable future. I urge each one of you to actively engage in the discussions, share your insights, and explore the newer areas where different sciences converge. I am very much confident that this conference will be a platform for thoughtful discussions, sharing of groundbreaking research that transcend disciplinary boundaries. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers, organizers, and the participants for being a part of this endeavor and hope that our collective pursuit of knowledge lead us to new frontiers of understanding and action for the greater good of our environment. Thank you, and I wish you all the fruitful and enlightening conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Ma'am, for your words of inspiration. Warren G. Bennis has rightly said, leadership is a quality to translate vision into reality. And the reality of this conference couldn't have been possible without the experience, assistance, and hard work of our convener, Dr. Anuradha Pense. Therefore, I request Anuradha ma'am to enlighten our participants towards the purpose and relevance of the theme of our conference.
Thank you, Candida. A very good morning to one and all present here. As she has introduced about me, I, Dr. Anuradha Pense, convener for this conference, I'm truly honored to stand before you and give my introductory speech for the Interdisciplinary National Conference on Scientific Approaches for Sustainable Environment. On behalf of my entire team, the organizing committee, advisory committee, and all of us, I once again extend my warm welcome to the dignitaries on the dais, then the participants who are here, and those who are attending this conference online. Wilson College is known for its rich academic heritage and commitment to fostering holistic education. It is an ideal host, therefore, to host a conference of this type. As a convener, I am confident that the interactions and the insights gained during these sessions will not only deepen our understanding of the scientific intricacies involved, but will inspire actionable strategies and those that can be implemented in their respective fields. This conference is a testament to the collective commitment we all share towards creating a more sustainable and harmonious world. And I can vouch for this, endorse for this, because we have received an overwhelming response of more than 300 participants all over from India and also international participants. That truly is a commitment towards achieving a greener, sustainable environment. We are living in a world where, as said already, the natural resources are depleting, and that too at an alarming rate. But intentionally or unintentionally, we are responsible for the changes, and the manifestation of which is seen as global warming effect, deforestation, unwanted climatic changes, pollution, loss of biodiversity, which is all putting our pristine air planet into a hazardous. It is time, therefore, that we recognize the urgency of this situation and take steps towards creating a sustainable environment, not only for us at this moment, at this hour, but for our future generations to come. For this need of our, therefore, we should all strive where a world is secured. We have a future which is secured, and not only secured, but in harmony, living in coexistence with nature. And to accomplish this, we need to work. We all have to work, starting with our everyday lives. It may begin with an individual action, such as practicing conservation of water, implementing recycling concepts, using eco-friendly products, then using energy-efficient technologies, so on and so forth. And if you don't do this, mind you, if we all ignore this, Mother Nature is going to come back to us harshly. Recently, we have all seen the condition of Delhi, Mumbai, Nagpur, Pune, and all over India also, how we have been grappling with the air pollution problems. This is just a small beginning. These cases are highlighting the importance of turning towards environment and working to make it more safe place to live. Thus, it is right that we here are keeping in tune with this and have taken a step to raise awareness about this burning issue. And through this interdisciplinary conference, we have invited eminent and experts from academia as well as industries, all working together from different disciplines to bring out a sustainable solution. Let us note that sustainable environment is no longer a luxury. It is a necessity. It is time for us to, or each one of us, to take up responsibility, work towards a greener and more sustainable future. These changes should start every day with each one of us, individually, maybe as a community, and again as a global society. So let us all embrace this challenge, empower ourselves with knowledge, and transform our knowledge into technologies and products to help us live better. I have seen, because of the overwhelming response, which is truly encouraging to my entire team, I would now say thanks to all of you and add to it saying that please participate wholeheartedly. Ask questions, engage in discussions, because through these deliberations only, pooling of our knowledge only, that we are going to hope to find a solution to the environmental challenges. Thank you all for your kind attention, and most importantly, choosing to be part of the national conference organized by Wilson College. Let us vow to make sustainability a priority in our lives. And with these few words, And without much ado, I now hand over the proceedings to Candida. And once again, thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Anuradha ma'am, for your words of wisdom. Atiti Deva Bhava. With these words, let us introduce our chief guest, Dr. Madhav Rajwade, sir. I request Mahesh Shetty, sir, to come onto the podium to introduce our chief guest to the audience.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries present on the dais, all participants who are present in person and on online mode. It is pleasure to introduce our today's chief guest, Principal Dr. Madhav Rajwade, our dear Rajwade sir. He is Principal of Sathe College, Mumbai. He is also holding the position of Associate Dean for the Faculty of Science and Technology, University of Mumbai. Sir has done a lot of research in the area of physics communication and physics education with the stalwarts like Professor Hemchandra Pradhan and Professor Panse. He has published many papers on these fields. He has also written popular level articles in related to the science, related to the physics in general, for the common reader through the newspaper and also through the radio talks. We have such a personality with us today, representing our collaborator University of Mumbai for this conference. So I request Rajwade sir to address the conference.
Good morning, everyone present here. I start with your principal, Professor Anna Pratima Nikalje. Today's keynote speaker, Dr. Ganesh Kamath sir, Dr. Praful Randeve, conference convener, Dr. Anuradha Pense, and all the staff members of Wilson College. And most important, the conference participants who are present in the offline and online mode. I, on behalf of University of Mumbai, extend my warm wishes to all those who are involved in organization and conduct of this conference titled Interdisciplinary National Conference on Scientific Approaches for Sustainable Environment. When I was invited here by Mahesh to come and be part of these deliberations this morning, as an associate dean, it was my duty to come here and represent university in this august endeavor. But also it had a, I should say, a very personal invitation. Reason being that I have been a student of this college, Wilson College. And the very classroom we are sitting here, I am standing here, I've attended lectures, sitting here, physics lectures. So those memories were quite valuable to me. So before Mahesh could change his mind, I accepted the invitation. So I must congratulate the team at Wilson College for having chosen such an important and globally relevant topic of this conference. It will not be an exaggeration to say that as global community, we are at crossroads at this moment. Because we are witnessing every day different events which are, I can say, only charismatic. Only recently, all of us have read this news that an iceberg got detached, a big iceberg from Antarctica. If you try and recollect the size, the news had come, the size of the iceberg is thrice as big as city of New York. So we can understand the scale at which this kind of damage to environment is being made. Now, the kind of challenges which are of such a global nature, where everyone in it is in it together. Even the action needs to be of a global scale, and that is happening. So multilateral forums, like we know very recently, COP21, it is called as, for students, I'm saying Conference of Parties 28, where we were also represented, which happened in UAE, United Arab Emirates. These forums have an important role to play, where the agenda is set for countries to take forward this particular mitigation measures. There is no, the role of this science and technology in mitigating is of course known to everyone, because these are matters which are created out of rapid development. So they can be tamed, they can be in some way managed well only through appropriate use of technology. There is no dispute right now that why this has occurred. Everybody globally has come to a point and agreed that why this has happened. But the dispute, however, is that who is actually responsible for the mess. The dispute is there. And our country, particularly in all such forums for many years, has been taking a very, very principled stand that who is responsible. And this is not happening now, but even earlier in different domains also. Your principle is from pharmacy, so I'm not going there. But in terms of production of drugs, the kind of patent regime which was completely restrictive, we have been opposing it worldwide. In this particular case, what advanced countries want to do, Europe and United States together, want to do is that put the blame on countries which are most populous now, that is India and China. That is what they want to do. And a logical consequence, what they want to do is that these are the countries which are more populous, so probably they are the ones who are the polluters, so the whole cost has to be dumped at their door. And all the bill of this kind of involving technologies, getting good technologies, and see that the pollution is limited, should be borne by these countries. We have been opposing, as I said, this narrative very, very strongly and very successfully also. We have been pointing out that the contribution, our contribution, for example, should be considered only after we become independent, because that is when we are responsible for our own actions. And since then, whatever contribution we have had is logical. In fact, we have said that the contributions of all countries, all colonizers, prior to them being the colonies, should not be considered, because those countries have been industrializing for centuries before us. Of course, our science originated in Europe, modern science, so that has to be done. Recently, this was our position without probably any kind of research. But recently, I came across a study by a website named as Carbon Brief, which covers latest developments in science, latest developments in climate science, climate policy, and energy policy. They have addressed a key issue of these historical contributions of countries to global warming. One of the problems of environmental disasters. This is required because this kind of quantification required because that will ascertain the current responsibility. Once you fix the historical contribution, then the responsibility in today also can be fixed. So that is what Carbon Brief is trying to do. It is well known that we were a colony of United Kingdom. Therefore, it would be logical to ascribe emissions in the pre-independence era to UK rather than to India. Okay. Carbon Brief has precisely done that. India's emissions based on previous, I'm just quoting some figures which are there in these studies. Carbon Brief has precisely done that. India's emissions based on previous studies stood at 3.4% of the total, which fall to 2.9 once the colonization is accounted for. Once colonization is accounted for, in case one accounts for all of UK's colonies, we know that the empire was really very big. as they say, sun never set on it. So the contribution of UK becomes 5.1%, much larger than India's 2.9%. The story is same for all other. It's not UK alone. Everybody colonized, and even the so-called progressive country today, the Netherlands, if you consider even the France, the similar situation is that you have to ascribe all contribution when they were the colonizers. So this study is very instructive. It shifts the blame where it belongs. That can be done only when you are able to harness full power of research. Why we could do this? Why I have these numbers? Because somebody looked at them very systematically and put them up for others to use, which the way I'm using it. So the importance of research, it is not now somebody else's baby, it is everybody's baby, if you work hard. Therefore, the importance of gathering like this is increasing manifold. In fact, in terms of India's priorities, in terms of our country's priorities, it is almost going, to my mind, to the national service. If you do good research in this context, you are doing that, not just academic contribution, but also the national service. We must understand that global and local problems and find solutions for the same ourselves. Don't seek them outside. Do it yourself. We must remain engaged in seeking solutions through application of precisely what we are doing, science and technology. Therefore, I send my compliments to the organizers for having organized this conference on behalf of University of Mumbai. I wish you all great success for this conference. I learned that there are hundreds of participants. I hope that they come out with something which is of use to us in coming years. Thank you for inviting me on this occasion. Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Madhav Rajwade, sir. I, on behalf of the organizing team and management of John Wilson's Education Society's Wilson College, express my profound gratitude to Dr. Madhav Rajwade, sir, for sparing his valuable time to address the gathering and for enlightening us with his commendable talk. Sir very aptly discussed the issues and challenges faced worldwide towards sustainable environment, making us aware that for a change to occur, it is necessary that we take our responsibilities very well. Thank you, sir, for highlighting and emphasizing the need to take measures towards sustainable environment. Can we have another round of applause for sir, please? Requesting now our dignitaries to take their place in the audience. Before we move towards our keynote address, we would be having two technical sessions pre-lunch, and post-lunch, we would be having our presentations. The keynote address will be delivered by Dr. Ganesh Kamath, Director, Organica Biotech, who is also our proud sponsors. We are honored to have Sir among us today. Topic of Sir's talk is environmental protection and sustainability. I now invite Dr. Anuradha Painsi ma'am, Vice Principal, Wilson College, to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Candida, once again. It is indeed my pleasure to introduce the keynote speaker for today, Dr. Ganesh Kamath. Dr. Ganesh Kamath is a director. He's the founder director of Organica Biotech. He embarked on a transformative journey when he confronted the environmental challenges plaguing his own country, India, during one of his trips returning from US. Motivated by a deep sense of responsibility, he made it his life's mission to leverage his scientific expertise for positive changes. In the year 2000, he founded Organica Biotech, which is a manifestation of this mission. Recognized for his unwavering commitment to a greener planet, Dr. Kamath advocates urgently for the implementation of sustainable solutions. He is emphasizing the dire consequences of neglecting a fragile ecosystem. Actively involved in community service, he contributes both individually and through Organica, participating in influential forums such as the Indian Sanitation Coalition and Agriculture, Board of Maharashtra Chamber for Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. Additionally, Dr. Ganesh also holds membership in esteemed organizations like the Rockhide Society, the American Association of Pharmaceutical Scientists, Philadelphia, and the Pharmaceutical Forum of Philadelphia. A distinguished speaker at many national and international conferences, he utilizes these platforms to shed light on the collective neglect of our ecosystems. Joy and fulfillment for Dr. Ganesh stems from witnessing the positive impact of Organica's technologies on diverse communities. With a PhD in pharmaceutical science from Temple University, Philadelphia, Dr. Ganesh Kamath leads Organica Biotech, an ethical and environmentally conscious company pioneering innovative natural waste management and bioremedial solutions across various industries. His visions align with the belief that we have a singular planet, only one chance, and therefore safeguarding it for future generations is our shared responsibility. So with these words, you've guessed that he is the right person to inaugurate, to start our sessions. So now I welcome Dr. Kamath to take the podium and deliver your talk. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. Good. So, okay. You have a clicker? Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. Dr. Praful, my colleague here, who heads our R&D, does mention that some of the most innovative work, at least in our space, comes from Wilson, because he goes judging these papers and poster sessions, and I think he was at some event in Nagpur where he was a judge, and he realized, so there is something good happening here. Thank you very much, Dr. Radhika, principal, and Dr. Pense. So you have to really kind of give a round of applause for your teachers. Dr. Rajwade did mention about the entire macro and also the entire environmental sustainability, how it unfolds, the geopolitics in this entire sustainability game. I mean, sustainability was something when we started about, I think, 23 years back. It was not a very fashionable statement. It became very fashionable only in the last couple of years, where everybody wants to be sustainable. We just said, hey, this environment is going for a toss. We need to do something about it. Okay, so I'm a scientist. Okay, I don't know any geopolitics. I don't know anything. Only thing I know is science. Okay, so I said, let me practice what I know. So it doesn't matter what knowledge you have about sustainability. It's what you practice. Okay, that is very important. Don't bother about the geopolitics. Okay, but practice every day. You have to practice sustainability in your personal life. Like I have a friend, okay, who runs, who is from Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He has moved to Mumbai, and he likes to kind of make cities livable. Okay, so he has started something on his life goal. And in this life goal, what he counts the number of plastic bottles, water drinking bottles he has had in a year. Not only him, his entire family. He says, Ganesh, last year I went through the entire year with 2 plastic bottles. Okay, that is how you practice sustainability, not in some lab, classroom, whatever. And if you want a role model, you see, we all need role models in life, right? So who's a good role model for you? Your grandmother, right? Because we are and originally a sustainable kind of culture. Okay, I mean, I don't know what happened. I left India in the 1980s in its pristine state, and in the 2000s when I come back, okay, this whole country, the environment, the water, the air we breathe, everything is gone for a toss. And this apathy, okay, towards the environment is going to come back to bite at us. Okay, it is going to come back to bite at us on our health. I mean, you look around you, okay, you will find a lot of health issues. Ladies, significant, like maybe 1/3 of them have PCOS problems nowadays. Where does it come from? Okay, it comes from your lifestyle, comes from your environment. Okay, a lot of people are dying of all kinds of issues, blood sugar, heart attacks, whatever, what have you. It's somewhere, you have health, food, and environment. They all interact with each other. You neglect one of them, and you will pay the price in the other two. And he spoke about biodiversity. In the last 3 decades, if you go see from 1970 to 2016, okay, we have lost 68% of our biodiversity. That's alarming. Okay, so wake up, because you are going to pay the price. I am not, because I've spent a lifetime. I don't know how much time you have, and all you young people out there. Okay, it's very, very important to not only practice at an individual level, at a family level, at a community level. Okay, I mean, this apathy is going to come back to bite at us, because like agriculture, for example, it's going through a big problem. He spoke about soil biodiversity. Okay, big problem. All our soils are no longer that productive as it used to be. Okay, if you see any growth in agriculture, it is coming from increasing the area under agriculture, and that comes through deforestation. It is not about the productivity per square meter. Okay, and talking about increasing, he also spoke about increasing temperatures. Okay, if you look at the 3 decades average temperatures in Asia, last year we had a 0.85 degree increase. Okay, in the night time, in the temperature, and even 1 degree higher, okay, leads to 10% reduction in rice output. That's how much it impacts. So this climate is going for a toss. It's for real. I mean, it's there are a lot of politics around it. So let's call it climate stress. There is a lot of pesticide in your food. It is messing up with your health, whether you like it or not. Okay, you don't want to eat your burgers. You want to eat just your vegetables, cook at home. Something is getting at you over there. Something is coming to you from here. Okay, so if collectively, if we don't come together as individuals, as community, and as a nation, okay, we are going to have ill health. People will start aging in their 30s instead of when my dad, he started aging in his 18s. my grandfather in his 90s. I don't know. I already feel old. Okay, so you guys, okay, will start aging in your 30s and 40s. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about what we do as a business, as a company. Okay, just so that it kind of I'm hoping to kind of inspire some of you, okay, to take up, because there is, I would say keep this interactive. I don't mind it, because there is so much you can cover in a few minutes. Okay, so I'm just going to very cursorily touch upon topics and on what we do. And if you have questions, please, stop me and let us make it a discussion. And fortunately, we have Dr. Praful Randive, who's head of R&D. A lot of things I don't know, he will know better. Okay, so somehow, if you have any questions in your mind, we'll be happy to take it from you. So does the clicker work? This one, right? Oh, sorry. So out that is looming at it, and it is not some paper or some journalist telling you in some newspaper article. Okay, it is something we experience day in, day out, because we are all our people. We have 130 people. We are out there in the field, and we are experiencing this day in and day out. So there is a significant reduction and loss of yields, 20 to 40%. Okay, and this is not only India; it's also other parts of the world. Okay, it is happening in Asia, in all the ASEAN countries. It's happening in Europe, like for example, even in Germany and such agriculture countries, that you are getting severe agricultural losses. Okay, and spraying pesticides is not the answer, because one thing what COVID has taught us, okay, there is a difference between medical care and health care. Right? You said hospital, healthcare, and care, right? But that's actually not health. Healthcare is prevention. Healthcare is getting your nutrient right. Healthcare is your lifestyle, so that you don't end up in the hospital. Okay. Similarly, COVID has actually given us a wake up call. And all of a sudden, a lot of people are now very careful about their health, very careful about what they eat. So, lot of crop yields, and for all the reasons that I have told, okay, lot of chemicals in the system, lot of biodiversity loss, soil biodiversity, temperature increase, all of them, diseases and losses in agricultural productivity. More than 80% of our water, okay, are polluted. Okay, Miti is not a nala, Miti is a river. So all of them, so you can imagine, okay, the extent of pollution. There are about India, and I don't know how many. I mean, a significant, a lot of them are polluted. People are doing a lot of studies, like for example, got a PhD out of studying in the Powai Lake. Okay, Powai Lake, he said, was actually the depth is 10 meters, but today it is 6 meters, because there is meters of sludge sitting there in Powai Lake. Okay. Now, it's one thing to recognize the problem, but we should also look at prevention of the problem and curating and cure whatever has already been done. We have to be we have to undo those things. So, and say polluted, it is a lack of It's basically apathy which has led to this problem. And now, India is one of the most heat stressed and the water stressed country. Okay, it's a own country. If you look at the global map, and if we don't get our act together, I think in the next 50 years, you will see a significant lot of problems. About half of this globe, half of the population don't have access to sanitation. So Indians also had this problem. And now we have Swachh Abhiyan, which is hopefully is solving a lot of problems. There are some issues that are continuing, but at least it's a step right direction. We have everything put in place. We'll get this problem. And what's happened here? The fourth guy is missing. Okay. Actually, solid waste also is a very big problem, because 70%, I mean, you're talking segregating your waste is the most simplest thing that can happen, and even that we are not able to practice. Okay, because I studied in the US, and in those days, about 30 years back, we were segregating the waste, and we had separation and composting and separate value chain. But then that is something which we practice. Dr. Kundu is talking about solid waste management, so I leave that topic to him. So what is sustainable environment? Okay, when we say sustainable environment, okay, it is efficient use of your resources. Okay, it is right from when you leave this classroom, you shut the lights and fan, okay, or you just let it run for the next 1 hour. It's a waste, right? It doesn't matter who's paying for it. Okay, but as a practice, what are we practicing? Okay, are we wasting the water? Okay, just because it's heavily subsidized by the government. Preservation of ecosystems, I mean, we have been talking about it all along, and climate-friendly practices, because this is very essential. Otherwise, we are running into problems. And as I mentioned, human and environmental health are all interrelated. And if we don't take care of the environment will not take care of you. So you're going to end up with health problems. Then we talk about economic stability and social equity. Anybody? How does this factor in? See, because sustainable environment or sustainability is not, you don't want some Western power to tell you what is sustainable. Okay, as he mentioned, that there are some powers dictating to us what is sustainable, right? So what is sustainable has to be defined by us, by our culture, using our economics and our social fabric. Okay, so it has to be a definition which has to be taken up by every country as to what is sustainable for them. And like I think just a couple of days back, I read in the paper that that India is not going to be a signatory for specific actions. Okay, like greenhouse gases that are being emitted during rice cultivation. Okay, that is becoming a big issue now. I was at the ASEAN meet last week. Okay, and all these rich countries are telling, oh, greenhouse gases. Hey, come on. What, you're going to tell the rice farmer who has an acre of land that you're emitting greenhouse gases? I mean, the guy, his concern is he has to put food on his plate. He's trying to survive. So you have to help him with his productivity and not give him a lecture on greenhouse gases and sustainability. Okay, so therefore, these things become very important, because we have to look at then bigger industries, who are violating. Catch hold of them, not the small farmer. Okay, in the garb of sustainability. So basically, I told you about the problem. So I just want to tell you what are we doing about it as a company. Okay. So we are in this few areas where we are doing lake cleaning or water body restoration. We have done about 150 lakes so far, where we have reversed the pollution of lakes. Sanitation and hygiene solutions, we are focusing on biotech products only. Okay. And non-GMO biotech products is our philosophy. Okay. So that, when you if you do a GMO, then unless you control it, then there are other cans of worms. Okay. And industrial effluent and sewage treatment, we give our solutions not only in India, in Europe, as well as in other parts of Asia. Solid waste, I'll get into that a little bit, because we don't do much of solid waste composting the conventional way, but then we have certain approaches, and agriculture and aquaculture. So we do all of this because we have a DSIR approved laboratory right here in Mumbai, Devnar. And we have a library, our own library, which we have built over the years, of 4,000 different strains, which we use depending on what we need to achieve. So this is our impact over the last many years. And we have helped several farmers grow better foods. Okay, I will get into each one of them, how we have done it. Okay, we have prevented a lot of waste going into the landfills, and 10 billion liters of wastewater, which we have treated. And we are working with a lot of NGOs, and we not only do that, we also sell our products on Flipkarts and the Amazons, which can be used by septic tank for septic tank remediation. And what we did, as this was part of some kind of a CSR work which we did, where we put about 40 bio-toilets in the slums of Mumbai, especially because they are senior citizens. I don't know how many of you know the pain. Sometimes your common toilet can be like 250 meters to 500 meters away from your house. So can you imagine if there's a senior citizen in your house and they have to access this common toilet, which is very, very far away? They can't even put a toilet in their house because there is no sewerage system. Okay. So what we do is we actually put a small 300-liter tank inside their flooring, and a small area which we convert into a toilet. So this toilet can be operated odor-free, and the black water gets converted to gray water and goes out into their channels. So let me talk about agriculture. So what happens in agriculture? Okay, when the farmer, suppose you have all this climate change, like you see unseasonal rains. Sometimes you see rains happening in December, in January. Okay, and all these unseasonal rains cause a lot of problem in agriculture. You see very high drought, sometimes in the month of August. Like recently, we have some rice fields in Bali, and this was this year, and we had 2 months of no rain happening over there. Okay, now what does your crop do when there is no rain? Okay, so all these are climate problems, and to add to that, when these climate problems happen, what do you get? You get disease, you get infections. Okay, now when you get infections, the farmer, what he does, he goes to the local store and buys a pesticide, right? And pesticide he sprays on his plant. Okay, when he sprays it on his plant, maybe the target is under control now, okay, but there is a lot of collateral damage, okay, because why? He has disturbed the biodiversity of the topsoil in his plant. Okay, maybe there were some fungi which was keeping certain infections in check, okay, and he has killed, because the antifungal or pesticide doesn't know that it's supposed to kill just the bad guy. He is not chore police, right? So he doesn't know what he has to kill. He just goes and kills everybody over there. Okay. And now you have, he also kills the bad guy and he also kills the good guys. Okay. When he kills the good guys, you have some other problem that is starting. Okay. And this, he goes into a chakkar, okay, of spraying pesticides. And when that chakkar starts, you have a lot of diversity loss happening. And the next time he becomes a slave to the pesticide problem. Now, who pays the price? Okay, your number one, of course, your food becomes more expensive. Okay, because he has sprayed all these pesticides now, and then you pay the price with your health. Okay, because these pesticides are long chain compounds typically. They go and deposit however well you wash. Like you have a what do you call veggie wash and fruit wash nowadays. It takes out part of the pesticides, but some of it which is inside the vegetable and fruit, how are you going to get it out? Okay, you are going to eat them. Okay, it's going to go deposit in your liver. It's going to go deposit in your kidneys. Okay, and that's how it also disturbs your biodiversity in your intestines. Okay, so therefore you have all these problems. The second, the other problem is, the farmer adds NPK and nutrients, fertilizer, okay, to the plant. But is it necessary just by putting the food over there, is the plant going to take it? If I take you to a buffet, there's no guarantee, you're going to eat everything. So the plant has to actually absorb these nutrients. Okay, so these nutrients have to be absorbed by the plant, and we look at those kind of mechanisms where the plant can absorb better nutrition. Okay, and we have a set of microbes that does that. We have I mean, right from the NPK is the simplest one, but there are other ions which is necessary. Just like you take your multi-mineral tablet, na? COVID में बहुत लोगों ने लिया है, right? But what is the guarantee that you are going to absorb these things? Okay, so there we use biology for plant nutrition. Okay, and then pest and disease control. I mean, that's a given. It's like, using one biology to keep the other bad guys at bay, because all microbes have something that they secrete. Even your antibiotic is a secretion of a microbe, right? So they have like peptides, they have small molecules which it secretes, and therefore controls the environment. And of course, soil fertility. When you say soil fertility, we have looked at soils across Maharashtra. Okay, and we look at the diversity of the soils. We find that our soils are really losing their fertility. So when you say fertility, what do you mean fertility? Productivity. Yeah, but productivity, what is soil? Soil is nothing but substrate, which is sand kind of thing, okay, along with organic matter. Okay, and on the organic matter, there is biology growing over it. Okay, when you say biology, all kinds of small microbes, small life forms. Okay, And if these life forms are beneficial, you get very good. In fact, Monsanto did a very big trial. Okay. Yeah, 180,000 acres. And you know what they found? They found that the genetics, what is the most important for agriculture is the genetics of the seed. Okay. And the metagenomics of the soil. These are the two most, that is the heart of agriculture. Everything else is for the ride. Like, you know, you're talking about a lot of, now we are talking about a circular economy. And when you're talking about a circular economy, there is a lot of, you know, substrates that are getting converted to a fertilizer, and, you know, they are putting it in the soil. So all that is varied, but these two are at the heart of agriculture. So basically, what I see when I say fertility, it is nothing but organic carbon, the nutrient, along with the biology of the soil. Next, please. So what do we do? Okay, as I mentioned, we supply. We also have, you know, what is, just like we have, we require protein, fat, and what? Carbohydrate. Okay, carbohydrate for our existence. Plants require nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash. Yeah. So those also can be solubilized, can be delivered. Okay, and there are a lot of agents for it. Some agents are better than the others, and you know, you can modulate the calcium, the magnesium. You can modulate the sulfur. You can modulate a lot of different ions. Okay, which can be used, which are used for better quality produce. Okay, because if you have all the proper vitamin and minerals, if you take, you become more healthy, right? If it's there in your body. Okay, so similarly, if it is there in your plant produce also, you have a better quality produce. And basically, what we have seen is we can increase the immunity of the plant as well. You know, everything, like you have an immune system, right? Okay, you have an immune system, but you are a lot of times, some people you saw succumb to COVID. Some people got the COVID, they didn't even feel it, and they went through it. The guy who was exposed to this second phase B, right? He obviously had better immunity, right? So what is this immunity? Like, you are having your own immunity, just like that the plants have their own immunity. Okay, but because of all the environmental stress, some of the genes that are responsible for its immunity to secrete certain compounds that are anti-insecticide, antifungal, they have their own ability. Okay, those genes fall silent because of the environmental stress. Okay, and when those environmental stress causes that, okay, you have a problem where the immunity of the plant goes down. Okay, so you can actually stimulate the immunity of a plant by actually activating those genes. And we have pathogens and requirement of pesticides. What we have established is, by using a good biological program, okay, you can reduce pesticide by at least 40%. Okay, by at least 40%, you can reduce the pesticide, and sometimes you can entirely go through an entire cycle of growing without use of any pesticides. And then, of course, everybody wants more productivity. Now, what happens typically in a chemical type of stimulation? You get productivity, but you sacrifice on quality. Okay, so you have to have better quality. You have to stimulate quality as well as the yield. The quality is important for the consumer like you. Okay, and quantity is important for the farmer's livelihood. Okay, what do I say quality? What do you mean quality? When I say produce has a quality, what does it mean? What does it mean to you as a consumer? Do you guys help your parents at home? हाँ, सब्जी खरीदने जाते हो ना? हाँ, तो तुम you see about 10 vendors selling the same tomato. तो किस खरीदते हो आप? सस्ता वाला, हाँ सस्ता वाला, वो जो जो अभी आधा घंटे के बाद फेंकने वाला है ना, वो सबसे सस्ता नहीं। So basically when you say quality, it means basically the keeping quality, the keeping characteristics. Okay, how it looks, you look at it, you finds natural, not because he has put some wax on it. Okay, and that's how you kind of choose your yeah. So I mean, this is just one of our. We have done work in several. This is our experience in rice. If you look at it, I talked about nutritional here. And we talked about soil biofertility, and then we talked about microbiome replenishment technology. Okay, microbiome is when you have an entire system. Any of you are healthcare students here? Yeah. Okay. What is a microbiome? You have a pharmacy principle. Okay. Okay. What is a microbiome? See, as humans, right? What happens is in your intestines, you have a fingerprint of microorganisms. Okay, and when that fingerprint of fingerprint, there is different fingerprint in the nose, different fingerprint in the mouth, different fingerprint in your ears, different fingerprint in your intestines. Okay, any disturbance in this microbiome give diseases. Okay, because I remember about 20 years back, they used to talk about there was an infection called Clostridium infection, which you could which you fix by fixing the microbiome. Okay, and they thought that is the only and today when I go to the net, I find more than 20 diseases, okay, which is attributed to microbiome disturbance. Okay, so now you know what is the importance of eating healthy, right? You eat healthy, your microbiome maintains. The microbiome maintains, you have better health, right? So therefore, this fingerprint, okay, there is a big debate now. Okay, what is more impacting your health? Is it your genetics or is it your microbiome? Okay, it's really both, because your genetics also dictate your microbiome dictated because human. You're assuming that. Huh? So okay, so because you're and then because of your race, okay, like there may be we are little nerdy scientists. Okay, like I had a friend of mine when I was going to China. He said, "Arey, be careful, huh? The Chinese have certain diseases. Okay, they have immunity for which we don't because they have microbiomes." Okay, so basically, it depends on your race and depends on your lifestyle, what you eat. Okay, so similarly, just like you have a microbiome, if your biome is perfect, you have very good health. Okay, so see, each plant also has a microbiome. Okay, so what we did was we took the rice microbiome and applied the rice microbiome to the fields. Okay, we have done some work in some Indian universities. We are also working in Rice Institute here in Hyderabad. And we have also already put this in some 1,000 hectares in Indonesia. Okay, some of it in Bali, some in Java. So we are very what we find of what our work is. We are doing work in Africa as well. Okay, we get 30% increase in rice. Okay, 30%, that's huge. Okay, for no absolutely no chemical intervention. Okay, we are not adding any kind of Roundup over there. Okay, the number of tillers, the length and weight of the tillers, everything goes up. Okay, and what we found was there are some genes which are responsible for environmental stress. There are, like in a plant, house they kind of function rest, and then there are some silent genes need to get related. So some of these genes, okay, get stimulated. Is that in cola? Work with the professor. You know, whenever the rice is taken and it is milled, okay, the breaks down. You get the broken rice, which you use for whatever your dosa or whatever, okay, or making the rice flour, and then you have the whole rice which you buy in the market. The farmer makes more money, or the middleman in this case makes more money if the rice is whole. So you take natural, sustainable approach, 10% more whole grain. The farmer makes, okay, 5 was done in the Rice Institute in Tanjavur, and you know the rice is more fluffy and it's less starchy. Okay, because now everybody is looking at the glycemic index of what they eat, because high glycemic index foods have to be avoided. Especially, you know, we are the diabetes capital of the world, so we need to be kind of eating foods which are of. So all these, and this was in Africa where we actually reduced 40% of the fertilizers that were used. Okay, but what does this tell you? Sustainable, it doesn't cost to be sustainable. It's more profitable to be sustainable. And immediate profit, I'm not talking about a profit which is like your children are going to, okay, this is like a profit. Of course, they're going to take the profit anyways, okay, because when you use safer, okay, like even your children, the genes that you pass on, okay, will be better genes than what if you practice sustainability right now. Okay, so basically it is so damn profitable, okay, to be. And plus what I didn't mention is most of these farmers didn't have to use any pesticide, okay, because there is a big disease in rice called fungal blast, okay, which none of these fields had any blast problems. Okay, so it's less input cost, more productivity, better quality. What else do you want, right? So in the name of green revolution, okay, we have really messed up our entire fields. Okay, we have messed up our practices. We have not built upon what our ancestors already had a knowledge. All we had to do was build up upon them. Instead of that, we went and imported some of the special interest technology from somewhere else. Okay, and we have made a mess of our agriculture. Now, wastewater treatment. It's a huge problem. You know why? Anybody? See, water is you know, the next world war is said to be fought on water. Okay, like you see all the geopolitics that are happening between India and China. There is somewhere water in the geopolitics. Okay, Pakistan. Why do you think we don't? If it is because of the Indus water. They are always worried that if we cut off the Indus water, okay, they are finished economically. Okay, so all geopolitics because of water. Okay, and our culture teaches us to pray and to worship the water, and then we are sending sewage in this water. So basically, it is like, you know, we have come into this zone where we say, okay, I'm clean in my house, but I really don't care what's happening just outside my house. Okay, and this water, what happens when you have sewage? Okay, I'll give you an example. Okay, let's say sewage is flowing out it flows into a nala, and from a nala it goes into a lake. Okay, what happens? Anybody? अरे विल्सन कॉलेज का है यार तुम लोग. I heard a lot of good things from Praful about Wilson College students. See, basically what happens is, sewage, right, has a lot of pathogenic organisms. I have a disease, for example. Okay, the sewage from my house goes into the lake. Okay, it can always multiply over there. There can be a lot of pathogens. There is a buildup of all kinds of, I mean, when you say coliforms, it's only an indicator organism. There are a lot of other things that can be there. Okay, and like we did some work in Tamil Nadu, where there was a village which had that village ka pani, and that there was a piggery and the water was flowing into a lake. Even the animals had stopped drinking water from that lake. The birds stopped coming to that village. Okay, and all we did was we treated the water that was flowing out into the lake, and even the neighboring farmlands had started getting diseases. Okay, and all we did was we put treated the sewage that was coming into that lake. Slowly the lake got treated. Okay, the birds started coming back, the animals started drinking water. Okay, and the farmlands started becoming more healthier. Okay, so here is an excellent example which we saw right in front of us. Okay, on how what happens when we have sewage which is flowing into our water bodies, and when sewage flows into the lakes, what does human waste contain? Nitrates, phosphates, other than BOD, right? BOD is carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus. Okay, so the nitrogen can get converted to ammonia. Ammonia at half a ppm will kill the fish. Okay, the fish life, aquatic diversity gets throttled. Okay, and phosphate, even if to reverse the pollution of phosphate is very difficult. In some of the states in the US, okay, they have banned phosphatic fertilizers. Okay, because when the phosphate goes into the lake, phosphate is the biggest culprit, because nitrogen, I mean ammonia, you can at least convert it to nitrogen and it can go into the atmosphere. But what happens to the phosphate? So remediation of phosphate is a big problem, because when the phosphate is there, you will get algal growth. Okay, if it is a blue-green algae, it is capable of lot of toxicity. Okay, if it is a multicellular algae, what happens? It starts breeding. It starts breeding all kinds of. It sucks up all the oxygen. When the oxygen is low, the entire bottom of that lake becomes anaerobic. When it becomes anaerobic, there are a lot of pathogenic organisms that grow there. In fact, ISRO, somewhere, couple of decades back, it did some imagery and found that a phytoplankton bloom on a lake, okay, there is a correlation to outbreak of cholera. Okay, because Vibrio is one of the very common organisms that grows. So it is very important to treat your sewage, and water is a resource. Okay, like countries like Singapore make it to almost drinking water quality, but at least you should make it to a dischargeable quality. So a lot of public health issues. A lot of industries are to be blamed for this also. Okay, and now there are all these ESG goals that are coming in, and hopefully we'll see a better future. And as I said, to give you an example, I will talk about an industrial wastewater. Okay, and one of the biggest problem with wastewater is the odor, right? It's really bad. So fundamentally, when we use the agent or the microbial agent, we take three considerations typically. what they metabolize. You know, what is their metabolism? What they secrete. How they, sorry for the spelling, but how do they communicate? Okay, they communicate with each other. Just like you and me, like I'm using sound energy to communicate with you. They use chemical energy. Okay, and you'll be surprised. You know, you can talk about communication between organisms. They communicate within each other to each other. They communicate with other communities and other life forms, and all through secretion of certain molecules. Okay, they are called signaling molecules, and that particular the study of that science in microbial is called quorum sensing. Okay, you have heard quorums in meetings, na? Huh? Society meeting में अरे quorum नहीं है, quorum है. Huh? So there is a quorum for certain signaling molecules to be secreted based on certain number of organisms. Okay, when you cross a certain threshold, you get those signaling molecules. Okay, and somebody else gets the signal. हाँ, अरे काम हो गया, चलो अभी अगला क्या करने का है, you know. So that is how nature works. And this is all, you know, part of the community. Like for example, I don't know, are there any microbiologists here? Yeah. Okay, very good. So here we use this. I mean, very few industries I see the wastewater plants, but the study of slightly higher life forms, okay, can really give you an indicator on how your wastewater plant is actually functioning. That some free swimming seabeds over here. Doesn't anyway, the video is not working, but I wanted to show some ciliates and rotifers on that slide. So, oh. Okay, you see the ciliates moving there? Yeah. And when you see those, here you will see some couple of rotifers also. You see the guy? These are the higher life forms, okay, which indicates a well-run wastewater plant. Okay. Yeah. Let's go to the next slide. Now, what can be achieved? Okay, using this is nothing, very sustainable approach. All you do, like when we first started, I used to get this argument कि कुछ ग्राम माइक्रोब डाल के 1 हेक्टर में क्या होने वाला है, हम तो पोती फर्टिलाइजर डालते हैं, हमारा ये प्रॉब्लम है, वो प्रॉब्लम है. Okay, and I used to tear my, I mean, that's how I lost some of my hair, you know, trying to explain. Okay, trying to explain by what is microbiology and whatever. But today my life is become very easy now. बोला 10 ग्राम कोविड ने पूरा दुनिया को हिला डाला. All the entire COVID put together for the entire world was only 10 grams. So तेरा 1 एकड़ क्या कुछ, I mean, it's very easy to solve. Okay, so communication has become easier. So anyway, so this is just a plant which is actually very well run. Okay, the engineers have designed it well. The person who knows how to run the plant is running it properly. Okay, but even then they are not getting the results. Why? They are a manufacturer of acetaldehyde, I think. Okay, it's a chemical industry. Okay, they have acetaldehyde and ethyl acetate. That's what they manufacture. Okay, and you see that one stream had very low COD and a very high TDS. Okay, what is TDS? total dissolved solids, right? So total dissolved solid, by definition, when there is a very high salt content, okay, it's difficult to operate the biology. Okay, so any solution you give, okay, should be able to run it in high TDS as well. And you see the COD was 50,000 ppm and TDS in the low stream was 5,000 ppm. And they had this excessive foaming. वो आपने यमुना का देखा रहेगा ना, हाँ, वो केजरीवाल आके कुछ ना कुछ भाषण देता है, ये सब हो जाएगा, सब हो जाएगा, and you see a lot of foam floating around, huh? So that such kind of foam was there in this industry. Okay, and okay, so you have an average of 95% reduction, okay, just by manipulating the biology. Okay, in the like for example, nowadays you go to the doctor, you have a stomach problem, he writes you a probiotic prescription, right? Huh? It is why? It is to bioremediate your intestines. Okay, so this is like bioremediation of the wastewater plant. Okay, and you have for those of you, I mean, let us forget the technicalities, but you see that from that level of carbon, polluting carbon chemicals, okay, you can bring it down to next to nothing. Okay, and that is what you can get from the power of these invisible forces. Okay, they are around you, you are sitting on them right now. Okay, they are there on your skin, they are there in your hair. Okay, you just pray that they are the good guys. Okay, I did talk about lake cleaning, right? Huh? So lake, again, nitrate, phosphate. Okay, so we have what I'll do. See what happens when you use chemicals to treat a lake. The chemicals is an unsustainable way to treat a lake. Why? Because there is algae growing, you use copper compounds, okay, which are like algicides. When the algae dies, because you use the copper, it goes to the bottom of the lake and adds to the sediment. Again, you have that I explained to you about the anaerobic sludge and all that. All that happens at the bottom of the lake. Okay, they go down to nitrogen, phosphorus, and carbon, but the seeds of the algae are there as well. So they use the same nutrient and they resurrect themselves. What is this? I was wondering, who is this guy? Okay. कौन दूसरा कौन स्पीकर है? Okay. So you add you can use microbes to completely clean up the lake, and we have done that for about 150 lakes, and some of them, now you see this, it's not very clear, but then you see a thin lot of algae which is growing, including some blue green algae. This is in Budapest. Okay, and we completely removed all the algae over a period of it took us, of course, first it immediately you see it within 3-4 months, but then to remove it completely and a couple of years, remove and even Budapest CS was another one where they had the triathlon championships. So there was a lake called Sazogadi, where they found that there were pathogenic organisms. Okay, and this water is unfit for swimming. Okay, and you can actually kind of reverse all these pathogenic organisms using microbial manipulation. Sanitation, we are using sustainable microbiology to even a lot of corporates, okay, including some of the hospitals here in major hospitals in Mumbai, as well as some pharma companies, even in their toilets have gone, they are no longer flushing, because every urinal flush needs 2 liters of water. Okay, so you can imagine the amount of water that is getting flushed down. Okay, so they have gone completely flush free. So we have helped them actually become, you know, you kind of spray a solution. Okay, it is all biofilm, disruption, biofilm formation, you know, those kind of sciences. Okay, where we use so that when the urine falls on the films, the immediately urinary components get degraded, and you have an odor-free experience. This is a septic tank odor and health problem, and you know, it's like you want to kind of give make septic tanks. There are United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, there are a lot of technologies. There is a whole sanitation market that is coming up. Okay, and there are a lot of very clever entrepreneurs. The IIT types, they are coming out with a lot of engineering, a lot of non-engineering, everything under the sun. And one of the ways to do it is to also do it microbially. Okay, where we take the water and destroy as much as possible. And one of the biggest advantage of micro is that you can also reduce the pathogens. Okay, whatever comes out of the, so right now we this particular product for septic tanks we sell to 12 different countries. Okay, because you know, in Bombay, okay, we flush and we don't even know what the hell happens. Okay, it goes into a sewage treatment plant. But similarly, in other countries as well, the urban areas have sewage treatment plants. Okay, but when you go to rural areas, okay, there is nobody running sewage treatment plants over there. So they have what is called as a septic tank. Okay, which is right behind their house. And if they don't take care of the septic tank, what happens? Yeah, the foul odor, the gases come up into your house. Okay, and if the degradation doesn't happen, because people use a lot of chemicals, right? वो toothpaste में triclosan है, it is an antibacterial. Then you use Lysol for washing your floor, antibacterial. You use Harpic for cleaning your toilet, antibacterial. Okay, so basically all these things which you are using is actually harming the climate. Okay, so all this will go and actually mess with the sewage treatment down the line. This is on Lake Chilka. There was a community, and Swada Foundation actually what they did was you know, we've kind of installed 150 septic tanks to the toilets so that the Lake Chilka does not get polluted. This is in Orissa. Aquaculture. How many of you like fish here? Fish, shrimp. Majority of them, right? A lot of fish lovers. Now, unfortunately, in time to come, right, the fish population is going down because of all the pollution that is happening, all the sewage. Like, you know, the NGT, National Green Tribunal, recently fined Maharashtra government, I don't know how many thousand crores, okay, for just letting the sewage from its sewage treatment plants. They were not even treating it, okay, and they were letting it into the sea. When it goes into the sea, what it does, it reduces the fish population, right? Fish don't like to swim in sewage, right? And even if they do, then the fish which you eat is not going to be that great. Okay, so So now, especially when fish and shrimp cultivation, okay, there are a lot of diseases these fish and shrimp have. Okay, because you are adding a lot of food and that is degrading and all that. And the way the people actually solve the problem is by adding antibiotics. Okay, and if this gets, God forbid, it gets exported. Okay, Europe actually does testing. If they find any antibiotic residue, the entire container is rejected. And when it gets rejected, what happens? People like you and me eat it, right? Because the Europeans are making sure that their health is protected. Now, who is protecting our health? The grapes that you eat, the fish that you eat has antibiotics, pesticide residue, all kinds of things. Okay. So I'll not get into the details, but then you see you can get up to 85% ammonia reduction and 65% improvement in survival rates just by controlling disease. Okay, it's like just like sending security guards. I will not get too much into solid waste because I think the next speaker is going to be talking about solid waste. But what I want to do is like we have tied up with an Israeli company. What it does in Israel, each household has 1.8 kg of vegetable or kitchen waste that comes out. Okay, so they sell a very small contraption. They add the 1.8 kg, and this gets converted to 2 hours of cooking gas. Okay, so you see the circular economy. Okay, that's where this world is going. You know, that's what is sustainability all about. And even this, there are 2 players in Europe, okay, who make compost, and bring them biological fingerprint in 18 hours. Okay, university certified compost is okay. In India, they banned it because the engineering was very bad. They were using some heat and roasting the garbage. Okay, so basically it was not compost. Actual compost is procured in 18 hours. So this is our alignment to the goals, and I think I काफी बकवास. I hope you learned something new. Huh? Yeah. So I am hoping that some of you have seen this. I'm hoping that some of you get inspired to kind of do something. You know, maybe if you go for advanced studies or something, you know, you can use one of these areas. But at the minimum, at least practice sustainability at home. Each one of you. I request you to practice sustainability in your life because it is all a collective effort. It is not the government's job. It is not my job. It is not anybody else's job. Each one of us, it is our own country, our own earth. So please practice sustainable living. Okay, so thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I forgot to ask if anybody has any questions. Yeah, please. No. If our people don't go and pollute it, okay, then where is the pollution? Okay, see, it is very simple. Okay, it's like you are if you are running on a treadmill, you will be running in the same place. Okay, if you are running out in this one, you are making progress, right? So basically, it is a combination of human behavior. Okay, because you have to stop what is coming in. Like for example, let's say a nala is flowing into the lake. You have to divert the nala. Otherwise, you know, you can't treat the lake. You can't treat the lake like a sewage treatment plant.
Sir, if that nala thing what you are saying, so why can't we clean nalas only directly? So
Yeah, agreed,
because
agreed. Now the thing is, when you clean the nala, the water is flowing in, but the real devil is in the sludge which is at the bottom. Okay, and the sludge remains there. So unless and until you clean out the sludge, how are you going to clean out? There are only two ways. Either you dredge the lake. It's a extremely expensive and very time consuming affair. Okay, or you do what is called as biodredging. Okay, like when we clean the lakes, okay, anywhere from 15 to 30 centimeters, the lake deepens. Okay, like you saw that Banki lake which I showed you. It was 85 centimeters sludge in the beginning, and after 3 years when we were done, there was only 20 centimeters of sludge. Okay, so the actual when you have this pollution, right? It is not just the water. To clean the water is very easy. Okay, it is a sludge which you have to clean.
okay, sir. Thank you.
We encourage all our participants to ask questions. And our online participants, please, you can write your questions in the chat box. We'll address them. Any more questions?
Yeah.
Mike,
Community service under Organica Biotech's CSR activity. So are you paying some activity at the rural level?
No, it is like this. Okay, like I'm part of the Rotary Foundation also. Okay, Rotary Club. So somewhere if there is some activity that is happening, okay, then I try to support it technologically.
No, I'm not asking you as an individual.
Yeah.
At your institute level, Organica Biotech,
Yeah.
is it indulging in some CSR activity?
No, we are not required by law.
Okay.
Not yet.
Okay.
Because we are not yet at that size.
Because the kind of toilets and washrooms you are saying,
yeah,
can we have that experimentation at some rural level? We have schools at Jalna and rural places.
Okay.
So can we have some experimentation there?
Yeah, we can talk to Praful. And
Okay.
definitely we'll work out. Okay.
Thank you, sir. The information you have enlightened me with all the things which needs to be questioned. My question is related to the consultant. A lot of projects, in that's to Organica Biotech.
See, like for these projects, I mean, we don't go as an individual consultant. We are preferred to be technology projects. Okay, but sometimes what happens, like right now there is a lake in Panvel called Vadale Lake. Okay, cleaning. Okay, and now sometimes these agencies tell that, hey, you take this and you kind of get it done. So we have to become contractors.
So do you have an I would say which an educational can get into this kind of consultancies? I mean of expertise in our college.
Yeah.
So we can also be a part under these projects if.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the projects,
so,
I mean, share the profile and,
sure.
and the expertise that is.
Sure.
And whenever project, for example, we can't do it. We have a specialization. Yes, which require.
So that's what I just wanted to know. So definitely we'll share our profile with you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
We deeply express our gratitude by saying a big thank you to our keynote speaker, Dr. Ganesh Kamath, sir, for delivering such an informative and interesting talk.
Thank you.
Kamath sir started his talk by enlisting the threats looming over us, the effect of pesticides on soil ecosystem, pollutions in our lakes and rivers, emphasizing that these deliberate actions by us have resulted in a need for corrective measures. Sir urged us to look after sustainable environment, and this starts by taking the smallest of steps. By just simply doing waste segregation at home, switching off the electrical devices when not in use can really bring out a change. So very rightly mentioned, recognizing the problem is problem half solved. But we need to think about the preventive measures and take action towards the curative ones. So talked about the points towards sustainable environment. What is sustainable environment is a question subjective to all nations of the world. Economies and social equity is also a very important aspect of sustainable environment. Extremely inspired by work done at Organica Biotech and their impressive culture library, which is over 400 plus strains. In Organica Biotech's journey of over 23 plus years, Sir and his team have helped the different aspects and sectors of our community. Their work towards understanding and improving soil biology fertility is remarkable. Work in the field of agriculture and their 360-degree technology is doing revolutionary progress, taking the aspect of quality, quantity together along with sustainability for a better tomorrow. We appreciate Sir's efforts towards emphasizing the importance of microbiome, especially soil microbiome. Organica Biotech's research on rice plantation is truly amazing. It's an example for our students and younger researchers that hard work and experience brings wonderful changes. And the path towards sustainability is actually paisa vasool. It's much more profitable. Sir, in a very lucid manner, discussed the importance of wastewater management and the importance of water in our lives. His research and work towards waste management and taking the organism's natural abilities to solve environmental issues is innovative and novel. Sir, with his various examples and case studies, has truly inspired us today and led us to understand environmental protection and sustainability is not a goal unattainable, but it's a way of life. We all just need to make a promise to protect our environment, work towards it, and what's amazing is that you make a lot of money out of it. Thank you so much, sir, for such an inspiring talk. Our technical team is ready. We are proud to present before our dignitaries and participants the e-abstract book and the proceedings in a paperless form in accordance to our theme today. This is the efforts both from our side and yours that this has been possible. The same ebook with the ISBN number will be sent to all after the conference. Now we come towards the end of our inaugural ceremony. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude towards our chief guest, principal ma'am, IQAC coordinator, vice principals, our keynote speaker, and staff, and all our students for their invaluable presence for our inaugural ceremony. An event like this requires a bird's eye view. Therefore, I take this opportunity to extend my thank you to our advisory and organizing committee and also our technical staff for the precious suggestions, support, and hard work. We now take a 10 minutes break before we start off with our technical sessions for today. Thank you very much.
No, I didn't realize there was going to be a break.
The feedback for the keynote address would be put up in the chat box. The link would be put up in the chat box. We request everyone to please give your valuable suggestions and feedback. The technical sessions would be online. We request everyone to join us in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Technical session, please join online. Okay, all participants, please join online. This conference is not over. Those are ways to sit here. You can attend the session from here also.
Is a Chief Operating Officer, COO, for Excel Innovation Center, Excel Industries Limited, Mumbai. He has a vast experience of more than 40 years in the field of agri-biotechnology and environmental biotechnology. Nevertheless, we decided to invite Sir for this forum because he has a lot to share and contribute to this today's forum. Sir has also worked as a director on Klima Crew Private Limited. He is an ardent researcher with a vast experience in research. He has worked on natural products development and application, agriculture solution, which is his forte, waste management, and climate changes. Sir has been trained abroad for his PhD. He has worked at the Chesterford Park Research Center, UK. He has also worked in Hext, Germany, Hext AG Frankfurt and Argo Research Center, as well as the Argo Research Center of Germany. He has a lot of contributions to make towards sustainability. He and his company have developed products which have contributed to agricultural biotechnology and to increase the production of agriculture without harming nature. That means he is going to tell us how we can coexist with nature in harmony. He has incorporated innovative technologies and business concepts. He has identified new concepts and new products which he has been using for waste management, for agriculture industries, bioseeds, seaweed based products, etc. This is just a very brief introduction about Sir. We are now going to hand over the forum, the platform to Sir, as we want him to explain and tell us how we can evolve using the concept of why waste way. Over to you, Sir. Thank you.
Good morning. Are you able to see the screen? Hello. Yes, please. Are you able to hear it?
Sir, we cannot hear you on the Zoom.
What is that?
Looking at your computer properly, sir. Is that the case?
No, it is.
Can you mute and unmute yourself again?
I have done it. Now I think it should be. Am I right? Hello? Hello?
Sir, we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
All right. Yes, good morning. And before I start, I would like to thank Dr. Anuradha.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, you're able to hear me, I believe. Yes, I would like to thank Dr. Anuradha for inviting on this national conference. And also I'd like to thank Dr. Praful, who once upon a time was working with me, probably 25 years back, when I was there with Hext Research Center. Before I go ahead, I'd like to give you an insight. This background photograph has been taken by a purpose. Can you tell who gives this particular environment fertilizer or any pesticides or any control over the whole environment? But you can see the nature, how it can take care of itself. We human beings have tried to manipulate this whole environment, thinking that probably we will be able to control the whole scenario, which we tried in our agriculture space and probably messed up. I'm also thankful to Dr. Kamath, my previous in the keynote address. Some of the ideas he has put it very nicely, and I'd like to elaborate some while I go through the whole process. Let me tell you what the problems at present agriculture is facing. One is the depleting soil organic matter, imbalance in fertilizer use, emerging multi-nutrient deficiency, that is secondary and micronutrients, which has an direct impact to our human health as well as the livestock health. I'll come to that later. Declining nutrient use efficiency, declining crop response ratio, negative soil nutrient balance, and stagnation of food grain productivity. I'm trying to give you some of the facts, then I will tell you how the solutions which excel have been developing over the years. Now, the fact is, there is a declining efficiency, fertilizer use efficiency in India. See, before or around 50s to 60s, before the Green Revolution came in, or just after the revolution came in, just fertilizer use, if you are putting, say, 700 grams of the fertilizer, the response would have been different. If you have seen, I have tried to capture it before 51 to 50 and then up till 2010 to 11. The reason is after 2010, there are some changes which has taken place. Now, if you have seen, the red color or the orange color gives you the lakh tons fertilizer consumption. And the blue color indicates the production in total. That means this is all pulses, everything together. If you put in the grains, food grains, you see around 2005, there is a break which has taken place. The response of the fertilizer, you might use whatever fertilizer you want, but the response to that production increase is not taking place. Next, another fact is, when I told you just before the Green Revolution or in Green Revolution, whatever we have noticed, 1 kilo of fertilizer, if you are putting, the response was 13.4 kilos of grains you could have got, food grains. You can imagine the same thing has come down into 2010. 1 kilo of your NPK, the response is just 3.7 kilos. The cost has increases. The use efficiency has gone of the fertilizers, and ultimately the cost of the food grains have increased, and there is a loss to the farmers. Here I would like to break it. I believe Dr. Kamath also pointed out Green Revolution had made many problems. One of the problems was, many people you're not aware what our understanding grows. Yes, Green Revolution made a big difference because it had given enough food for us to be full or our population to be fed, because we were in a begging bowl state. But that is the time it was the hybrids which were brought into it. Now, when we analyze that, we understand that if the first what had come is the fertilizer which came in, then came in the hybrids. It would have been the other way around, probably things would have been different. Like if the hybrids were there and requirement of fertilizer as and when required or whatever was required was just put to it, probably the scenarios would have been different. I'll come to that again. Why? Now see, this is the nutrient chart, low, medium, and high. These are indicatives. That means if it is, in case of organic carbon, if it is less than 0.4, we call it as low. And if it is more than 0.75, we call it as, yes, fine, it is high. Similarly, all nutrient has that high, low, medium variability. One role of organic carbon, as probably many of you might be knowing, we call a soil fertile. Why do we call a soil fertile? It is not only for that nutrient value. It is the microbial population presence is the definition of fertility. The more the organic carbon, the probability of different microorganisms present in the soil makes a difference. How it makes a difference? If, let it be botanists, let it be microbiologists, let it be any of the streams who understand soil or does analysis, you will also know there are nutrient cycles which play in the soil. And just give you another indication is, if you are using, say, urea chemical constituents that doesn't get absorbed or is not available to the plant system to take. So urea is in amide form. That amide conversion to nitrate form actually takes place in the soil by microorganisms. The nitrate which conversion takes place is the one which is available to the plant system. So the correlation is, if your soil is not rich in organic carbon, probably this conversion rate doesn't take place. Similarly, it is for your phosphates, potash, and micronutrients. Now, moving into the next, you see that in case of India, I'm giving you this data which is of 2010. About 3.5 lakhs samples were picked up from all over India, and this was done by Coromandel, who are in the fertilizer business. And they have noticed, like if you look into our food bowl where it is grown, Punjab, UP, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Bengal, Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Andhra, I've given few of them. You will notice majority of the states, the carbon is less. Punjab 60%, UP 55%, Bihar 52%, West Bengal 74%, 68% in case of Andhra, Karnataka 73%, and Maharashtra about 50%. Now, what and how this whole thing went wrong? If you look into the whole status, 67% of the soils in India are rated to be low organic carbon. Well, I'll come to this in the next slide. Now, what is the role of organic carbon? Organic carbon role in soil is the structure it makes, water holding capacity, cation exchange capacity. It is a natural chelator, fertility to store nutrients, biodiversity, fauna and flora, and also soil carbon sequestration to mitigate climate change. Individually, I'll try to address few of them. In Indian history, you will see that organic carbon or organic waste was used quite rampantly for food grain cultivation. Like dung as manure, say 2500 to 1500 BC. Green manure, 1000 BC. Bones for phosphorus and calcium, 300 BC. Excreta of sheep and goat, 500 BC to 500 AD. Oil cakes, 1000 AD onwards. Synthetic fertilizer actually started in India just before Green Revolution. It might be in the world available by default. Many people say there is a references that urea is nothing but this material was the leftover of World War II material, which was brought into a value. By default, it has come into a synthetic fertilizer. But the cost of making fertilizers is quite expensive. Probably all of you might be knowing, in our air, we have the highest amount of nitrogen. With use of energy and pressure, this nitrogen is pulled from the air with a reaction, compressed, and it is made into your urea. But as all microbiologists, you might have all read, nitrogen fixing bacteria are available. And it can easily give enough of nitrogen for cultivation. But the soil should have an environment which is good for this microorganisms, nitrogen fixers, phosphate solubilizers, potash mobilizers, any type of nutrient mobilizers by the microorganisms. They require a conducive nature or a setup in the soil. Organic manure plays that role. Coming again to the whole activity, probably all of you or few of them might have got an opportunity to visit village. This is the present scenario, what majority of you might have noticed in the villages. I will come to you when we talk about urban setup, nothing different. This is an organic waste which is just dumped, burnt, or thrown away. Or these are used in the field in a different way. Now, if I tell you, looking near to it from a microbiologist or from an agriculture perspective, you will find it contains weeds, insects, insect eggs, termites, fungus, and bacteria. This is what exactly from when you look into it. Plus, it has the organic waste in it. But these are the food for them, so they thrive there. Now, probably if you are aware of agriculture, there is a process called as soil solarization. And this takes place in the summer. The farmer plows his land and keeps it for solarization. What happens in the solarization? There is a sterilization process which takes place. It reduces the insect eggs. That also takes care of your bacteria, fungus, and to a certain extent, some of the weeds. But, and this is for 40 to 45, I've showed you, soil solarization. India or the Asian countries are blessed by having the tropical condition. And this is one of the reasons which makes it good. But what does a farmer do? After that whole process of soil solarization, just before the monsoon, he picks up the cow dung or the FOM, which is not treated. It is directly brought into the field. It is like in your milk, you are putting curd. And in the process, this all thrives into your soil or the farmer's soil. Finally, what happens is, to get the harvest, the farmer uses herbicides, fungicide, bactericide, insecticides. Can you guess what is the amount? It's anywhere between 30 to 40% input cost of this goes for a farmer to produce his crop. This can be drastically reduced through a scientific method which we call as aerobic composting technology or aerobic composting methodology. How? The material, the waste material is composted for a certain amount of time through aerobic composting process, where this is free because the temperature rise in the aerobic composting can go as high as 70 plus. We need to maintain it below that, otherwise the things will go out of hand and it gets charred. In this temperature, the weed seeds, the termites, insect eggs, insect, fungus and bacteria is more or less depleted. Totally it will not be gone, but yes, you can reduce this. You can reduce this very different from what you have started with it. In the whole process, you can reduce on the input cost. Our calculation or our experience tells you can bring it back to anywhere between 5 to 10% of the input cost. You can reduce it, say about 20%, and that makes a big difference in the costing of the farmer for producing his crop. Now I'll come to the next one. These are some of the products which Excel Innovation Center has been able to offer. The first one is Bioculum MSW. MSW is municipality solid waste. A unique set of microorganisms are in it, which can handle the mixed garbage, which generally municipalities generally give. And next one is Bioculum AW, agro waste. This one is very specific for agriculture as well as for handling the prunes or different agriculture waste which comes out. This is able to handle. Then we have the third one, which is just Bioculum. It is OWC. It is organic waste converter. These are the machines which are used by canteens, by different hotel establishment. The type of microorganisms will depend, or the concentration of will depend upon the type of waste it is going to handle. Probably few of you might have in your courses that each microorganisms have a capacity to produce different set of enzymes. We play with that enzymes for digestion of this waste. The combination of different microorganisms actually, and with the technology of process of aerobic composting, this is handled. The fourth one is a Bioculum PL, poultry litter, which is an excellent material, but it is a waste to the poultry farm. It is a nuisance to the environment. But if it is rightly handled, this generates excellent material for agriculture, because the material has uric acid in it. If we are able to digest that and also block that ammonia liberation, the end product has a huge potential of having anywhere between 3 to 4% nitrogen. If you are having 3 to 4% of nitrogen, you do not require any input of synthetic fertilizer to start with. And that's the uniqueness of this Bioculum PL. I'll come to it. I'll show you some of the photographs of what we have done with it. The fifth one is phos-nitroculum. That means it has phosphate solubilizers as well as nitrogen fixers. This we generally give it to people after composting and getting that organic manure, because it has moved through so much of temperature from aerobic composting. Majority of the beneficial microorganisms are lost. That is the time we say the final product, before it goes to the farm, phos-nitroculum can be added. So the organic manure becomes rich in nitrogen fixer, phosphate solubilizers. So which is good to the farm by itself. Now moving to the next one, I think this scenario, if anyone has been following the Delhi problem of nature, or they all blame it to the farmers. But if you are blaming the farmers, what is that solution are you offering? And why it is happening? In case of state of Punjab, Haryana and others, they are actually the rice and wheat bowl of India. If they would have not produced, we would have not survived whatever we are at this stage. But technology per se has some limitations. They have approximately 15 to 20, 21 days, max to max, 1 month difference between harvest and the next crop. That means if they harvest paddy, within 21 days, they have to clean that place for growing wheat, which again after completing goes to the paddy. Now they have harvesters. These harvesters leave approximately 8 to 9 inches of that stalk in the land. Now, in my left top, you might see after harvesting, what is the scenario? Now, how are they going to handle this? So, the easiest way, they burn it. But we have agriculture colleges, we have the agriculture system, none of them addressing this on the right spirit. When you burn it, you are not only burning the carbon, the nutrient in this stalk, but also you are baking up the soil. And when you are baking up the soil, you are getting all the microorganisms out of that particular environment. And you are getting a charred carbon. The nutrients are burnt, so it is not having any value. I'll give you a scenario. All the fertilizers which are given for any agriculture crop, only 25 to 30% is harvested out as grains or vegetables or fruits or whatever it is. It's just not more than 25 to 30%. But when you put in your fertilizers, you are giving 100% to it. What I'm deriving at it is 70 to 75% of that nutrient are actually in this stalk itself. If this stalk is recycled back in the agriculture, you can reduce your fertilizer input by 50%. And we need not to depend, because for us in India, we are importing fertilizers. Not a single gram of potash we import it. Phosphorus, rock phosphate, we do not have that quality of rock phosphate. Again, importing. Fertilizers, you might have seen. And the whole scenario is based on subsidy. Government pays approximately 1,25,000 crores every year for only subsidizing the fertilizers, which is end of the day, it is moving out of our pocket. And no one realizes that what is that needs to be addressed. We in Excel Industries have come out with a solution, and it has been proved, handed over to the governments, but again, no will to address this. I'll give you another insight to it. This is what we do. We mix about 1 kilo of bioculum, say about in 100 kilos of organic manure or soil, and spread it all over the 1 acre of land after the harvest has taken place. We flood that with water and we plow it with a rotavator. What happens is, why we flood it? We flood because the stalk has been dried, say about 10 to 12% moisture content is there. If you put water in it, it will just drain out. But if you put it on the field and flood it, the soil and this material will get wet. That is what is required. And we plow it back into the soil so that the moisture is not lost. The waste material gets into the soil and my microbial population gets an opportunity to digest it. This was not the scenario previously. This is only a scenario when huge amount of fertilizers which are used as well as followed by pesticides have literally depleted all the microbial population which nature could handle. Nature has a capacity for taking care of the waste material, it can digest. But if you are using fertilizers, you are using pesticides, you are using bactericides, fungicides, all this hit the microbial population, and it doesn't. What we are doing is we are actually giving back those microorganisms in the field. You see in my left-hand side, untreated stubbles for 21 days. And you see just below that is a treated one of 21 days. Similarly, you see in my right-hand side top is the 90-day stubble, still solid as it is. And below is the one which is treated with our microorganisms. It is nearly complete. And not only it adds the nutrient to the soil, it also gives organic carbon to the soil. Now the question is why this organic carbon is very much critical to be brought into the soil. If you go back to my previous slides which I told you regarding soil, if the organic carbon is not there, there is a compaction which takes place. And you will be astonished. About 30-40 years back, all our farmers used to plow it by bullocks. Can you imagine? It was having an horsepower less than 0.5 horsepower. The farmer was so well adjusted that if he gives only fertilizer, he gets the results. He forgot using carbon, organic waste or cow dung. He stopped giving into the soil. And he found the bullocks no longer valid because now the tractors have come in. But now, just for your information, we started with 1 horsepower, then we went for 5 horsepower. Now, in some of the places, the horsepower to plow the soil or the field is about 50 horsepower. Now you imagine, are we reducing the cost of producing or are we increasing it? And increasing it for our own faults of inputs. Now this is just one area I said. If you are talking about water holding capacity, the more the organic carbon in your soil will hold that water for long, because organic carbon has a nature of holding water. That's why in a drought season or you will find irrigation takes place very frequently when the soils are not treated with organic manure. But if it is rich in organic manure, you need not to irrigate on a regular basis. If the rains are little less, still it can handle. And the water is not allowed to just flow off the field. At present, because of this, the water holding capacity reduces, the water is not hold. The moisture content of the soil reduces. Now, moving to the next one, we have done This same experiment, probably many of you in Maharashtra might be aware of it. We are very rich in growing sugar canes or sugar, but the trash which comes out, approximately per acre, 5 tons of trash comes out. Same concept. If this trash of the green material, because only the stem is used for extraction of sugar, if the trash, which is 5 tons, is brought back to the soil, field is then put into the full water, irrigated, and you put our culture, we have noticed that this 3 weeks to 4 weeks time, the whole trash, in the right hand side, you can see the trash is just formation of rich organic manure, and which is rich in nutrient, because I told you about 70% of the nutrient are stuck in that, which is back into the crops. You can reduce your fertilizer input. We generally suggest not 50%, go for 25%, because you do not know the nutrient availability needs to be understood, depends upon which type of agriculture field it is. Now moving into the next slide. This is in case of bagasse or the press mud. Here also, probably many of you might not be aware, press mud is extensively used as an organic manure directly from the factories which comes out, because it is a waste to them, and they just tell you can just take it. It is hardly any expense to that. But anyone who has used this press mud or the bagasse in its soil, freshly come out, within 3 or 4 application, the soil will be not allowing water absorption. The reason is pressed mud has a wax in it. And this wax, when it forms after 3 or 4 application of the soil, it doesn't allow water absorption. But when it is treated, composted for approximately 3 to 4 weeks with a total aerobic system, this wax gets melted and degraded. The problem is no longer there. So the value of this material increases, because in press mud, the organic content is anywhere between 20, 30 plus, and which is an excellent material when it can be used for your soil and also has a good capacity of absorption. The texture will change once you are using this material, and it has been proved, especially all our factories, we directly supply this culture for their composting process. The next one. This is on poultry litter. As I told you, poultry litter, if I'll show you the chemical analysis of it, huge pathogen load. Enteric bacteria is huge. It can contaminate. If this is not treated, it becomes an issue of having ammonia liberation. The smell which comes out, probably everyone who has passed a poultry farm is aware of it. But this we were able to resolve through aerobic composting with a specific microorganisms. These organisms not only have the capacity of digesting the waste, specific waste, but it also doesn't allow the ammonia to be moving out, which gets absorbed into the organic manure. It has been structured that way, microorganisms, that it doesn't allow the nutrient, especially the nitrogen, which is rich, is absorbed and that made available in the final compost material. And when this is used, and there is a treatment system, how much to be used, it can be dusted, you can have a heap formation, and the process exactly takes about 4 weeks time, and it is ready. You can see this is an analysis report of how the nitrogen and all nutrients availability you can see for micronutrients, and also notice the organic carbon, approximately 30-35% of the carbon is available in it. We have been working with Philippines. Philippines has a poultry market, one of the biggest poultry market, and the beauty of that Philippines market of poultry is that they don't have called as bird flu or swine flu. That's why their poultry meat they export to the European countries for their safety perspective. This whole industry was in verge of collapse. When we entered into it, we have been doing trial, and this is a result of the Philippines setup, which I am sharing with you. The next one is paddy, which is grown only by the waste treated poultry manure. And here, whatever you're seeing, there is not a single gram of fertilizer used. They are using 500 grams of 500 kilos per acre is the compost of litter, and the whole production which comes out is, to their astonishment, it is more than what they were getting. And the cost of Philippines, why they went into it, the government of Philippines have capped their paddy price for human consumption. And the whole agriculture ministry is working how to reduce the cost of cultivation. When we hit upon this suggestion, now a full-fledged trial is being conducted by Philippines Rice Research Institute, and this is the trial results. If you can see, not only that, they have taken this for freshwater prawn cultivation, because previously they were using this waste for prawn cultivation and they were getting diseases. Now when they went for after composting, this is another area which they have used in prawn cultivation. And you can see the prawns, not a single infection is noticed. As well as the organic waste, generally when it goes to the composting process, like what Dr. Kamath in the previous presentation have told you, that to stabilize itself, it absorbs oxygen and liberates carbon dioxide. In a water environment, that is not acceptable, because the fish system requires oxygen and carbon dioxide is not what they are looking for. That's why you might have seen overnight in some ponds, the whole fish population is dead and floating, because there the oxygen deficiency in the water makes that difference. But when you're using a composted material, you will not have this problem. And that is practically what we have seeing it here. We have done all these trials and it has been used in Andhra, West Bengal and others. Wherever freshwater cultivation takes place, they are doing the same things following. Previously, they used to untreated material, they used to put it in the ponds and they used to have this difficulty. But after we brought in and we have proved it, they have started composting that organic material and they went for the use of this. Another area probably which is quite interesting in Philippines, Philippines has about 900 square kilometer of water coverage, which is the largest freshwater lake is the third largest freshwater lake in the Southeast Asia. And it covers approximately 8 cities and 49 municipalities. These are covered by water hyacinth. Probably many of you are aware of this water hyacinth, and to a certain extent, Dr. Kamath has been trying to help you or to give an input on that. In Philippines, we have been working with these groups. This water hyacinth is a big challenge, and why it is? You might have anyone who has visited Powai. Powai Lake is full of it. You go to any lake, water hyacinth grows there. The only reason is because the nutrient, untreated sewage system is pumped, the water or the sewage water moves into these places, and this grows extensively. But we tried to make a value out of this material. What we do is that whole thing is harvested, we shred it, we treat it, and this treated material goes for composting. Many of you might question that it is having or reported to be having heavy metals. I agree to that. But if you look into it, heavy metals to a certain extent are also micronutrient for the plant systems. If it is more than that, which a plant system or then it is not good for human health. But there is a contradictory check in this. If your soils are rich in organic manure, heavy metal absorption by the plant system is reduced. And this is our experience. What we have seen that the organic material might have heavy metals, but the produce doesn't have it because the checks and bounds are there. This organic material has that capacity of holding. Otherwise, our suggestion is use this in highway places or where there is plantation which is not for human consumption. There this material can be used, and it is a wonderful material if you look into the chemical constituents of it. This is one we are doing it with Philippines. Now, here comes Excel Industries. We are in this space since 1980 onwards. All over India, we had established by 2000, we had established 16 plants from the smallest capacity of 50 tons per day to 500 tons per day capacity of handling municipality waste. All over India, you asked for it, we had it. We had it in Bombay, we had it in Chincholi, that is one of the places. We had it in Thane. This all compost plants were of large size. By the time we worked it out, we started understanding that having one single large plant, one difficulty is that the surroundings have difficulty. The people moving this all waste into one direction, there is a cost. So since 2011-12, we started understanding why not we have a decentralized system. Decentralized means wherever the waste is generated, why don't we treat it there? And whatever compost comes out, if the locality can absorb that, nothing like it, or if it is anything extra can be then given it or sold off. So this decentralized system, majority of the societies, housing societies has adopted it, or where there is a good generation and probably there was many policy changes which were required and which Excel was able to really bring those policy changes. If you look into the municipalities or the Ministry of Environment, 2000, they have come out with the rule book for treatment of municipalities. The book, which rule book you will find all references to Excel. We started with it. Now that has been revised in 2016, where the question of decentralized systems have been also referred. Because we have shared this decentralized system in India and abroad, we have more than 3,000 plus decentralized systems. And the latest in that, we have introduced and we have been upgrading how to handle that waste. This is just a past and present. Now see, in 1980s, the composting process for us is to be about 3 months, 90 days. In 2000, we tried to bring it down with all the technology put in place, about 30 to 45 days. But in 2019, we brought and reduced that to 18 days, to 28 days, the whole technology. And this is only for municipality waste and agro waste. Canteen waste, we are handling now about 8 days. We are able to handle canteen waste. We converted it to organic manure, but we have a curing system which takes about another week or two, and the material is ready for use. Next, this is what I am talking about. The BioRapid is an 8 days in-vessel twin compartment, which we have gone for patent application. And the one which I shared you about taking care of the stubbles, we have applied in situ aerobic composting for agriculture organic waste. These are the 2 patents, and the 3rd patent, which is in submission stage, is on the 18 days old composting of organic waste, which we probably by this month end or by Jan, we should be having another patent with us. Next, these are some of the glances how vast or what all material we were able to successfully do. This is prunes from your polyhouses growing rose. This is probably everyone is aware, huge banana plantation is down, and the stem which is not treated and just kept as an waste, but this is an excellent source of phosphorus, potash in this. About 4% potash is attached in this stem. People used to just throw it or keep it in this and waste that particular land. We have been able to successfully complete this whole composting in 3 weeks' time in the field itself. They need not to harvest. It is in the field. In situ composting has been done with the technology which we provided. This is to do with some of the farm waste, cow dung. This is again those rose stalks. After the harvest, we have been able to shred it. The technology is available. These are all the waste from the nurseries. These are from fish processing units where this has been done. Oatmeal waste from Jalgaon, we have been able to do it. These are the flowers which comes out after the people have offered it for in the temples. This also we have been able to compost it. Now we have 3 stages of processes. Community level composting, which I told you, decentralized system. These are put in, this is a Pune plant setup where we can treat about 2 tons per day to 10 tons per day capacity. Then we have this organic waste machines, which it's put into the societies. Then these are home composting. Many of the people would like to do it at home. So we have a model for them. And these are APMC market ones, which is 5 tons to 20 tons capacity. There are many cities which have gone for this totally mechanized composting process. This is our Philippines installations, about 5 of them OWC machines we have put in. And this is a 5 tons per day capacity in Philippines. We have just put it there, about 3 of them in 3 different places. And this is the APMC or where the tender takes place of the produce. In Philippines, here we have a plant for taking care of the agro waste. Previously, it was just dumped. This we have been able to handle it. Now, our new initiative is seaweed. I heard Dr. Kamath talking about the problems of algae. We would love to handle this. This is a new initiative. From 17, we have been doing it. And now it has been commercially, we have put up a startup, Excel Industries, Pidilite, and Mamta Group. We are cultivating this material, which has an excellent value in it. One is that the sap which is generated out of this is used for agriculture, which has excellent nutrient, growth promoters, and all the inputs. Since 2000, we used to import this material, the sap, from US. Then we started working on it. Now we don't import. This is a replacement of, and you will be astonished, seaweed imports are approximately 3,000 crores in India. And we are trying to do our bit because seaweed also has a requirement like carrageenan, agar, alginates, and many other materials are extracted out of this. Whatever food, gel, and other things you're using at present in your homes are made out, one of the products are from this. So we have been associated and we have a full-fledged setup in Ratnagiri, cultivation, and in Kutch and in Gujarat area. Approximately our acreage is anywhere between 50 to 60 hectares, which we are brought into cultivation, but we are giving these initiatives to young entrepreneurs. We are helping them. We buy back this material for processing. I believe, yes, whatever comes out, we have given some consultancy to many beaches where this is a problem, because from the sea, this material is thrown off. They do not know what to do with it. We have tried to find out a value and add it to that. And now it is making sense. Thank you very much for your patience. I'm open for questions.
Thank you, sir. Now, can we just have questions from the audience? You could write your questions also in the chat box. So, yes. There is a question from Ganesh. Shubham, can you just read?
Yeah, what is the cost of OWC machines? I would suggest please contact our, my number is available. You can contact me because it depends upon what is your size, what is your requirement. Based on that, there will be the costing comes in. Yes, any more?
Any other question? How is this seaweed cultivation done? Is the simulation with seawater conditions required?
For you, the question is in two sentences. More than 30 people are working in this. I would suggest again the same thing. If you are interested, we are open to people, entrepreneurs, and we are ready to share our informations. Please contact me. I'll be ready to put you through, because this is a full young team who are working on this area. And for your information, this whole activity is divided into about 6 or 8 different segments. One is identification of sites for cultivation through GPS data, and then validation is done, because the conditions should be conducive. Depends upon what is the condition where you are interested. We can suggest you different seaweeds. At present, we are working with Kappa ficus, we are working with Ulva, we are working with Sargassum, and we have in our pipeline many new seaweeds which are in nature available. We only have to adapt it. I would be very happy to really take you through.
Sir, there's a question from our side. The organisms which you mentioned, are they natural or they are the genetically engineered organisms?
None of them are engineered.
Excellent.
All right. And let me tell you, my lab at present have more than 200 different microorganisms for different activities. All right. And
Wonderful, sir.
these are all screened. Yes, in your screening process, you have to understand from where are you screening. So this material, and for your information, we have 3 organisms where we have done the sequencing also. So we have a total sequenced,
You can ask.
certified microorganisms which are identified. And this identification needs to be done because this organic manure finally will go to the agriculture. It should not be a pathogen to the agriculture system. It should be safe to human and livestock. So those all precautions have been taken. And what you see me where I am now at present, Dr. Kamath was talking about my biome. All right, my biome.
Yeah,
I am sitting in Innovation Center. We have an incubation setup. We are pioneer in my biome diagnostic activity. All your diagnostic, whatever is in now going on in Bombay and in different parts of India, we are the one which we diagnose the full microbial system on your gut. And there is a system commercially, the whole team of about 40 people are working, different people, different analysis, and then we suggest probiotics and prebiotics for getting your systems in place. And this is in Jogeshwari, Excel Industries Jogeshwari, over SV Road. Our whole research facility is there. I welcome you all. If anyone wants to, you can come down. We have a sequencing system of a high-grade sequencer because this MyBiome requires that, because majority of that microorganisms are not cultured or not been able to extract it.
Non-cultivable ones, sir.
Absolutely. But we have that sequencing system which can give you what is present in your gut and what is not right for you, that also prescribed. Because all the diagnostic centers, and we are full. Let me tell you, our people work whole day, whole week, whole month around. We have a full set of people. I welcome you. Anytime you can come down.
That's a very good thing you have told all the audience, including the Wilsonians here. Thank you so much, sir. But there is another question. Will you take this question, sir?
Yes, please.
Jamson, sir.
Sir, let me first congratulate you for a very wonderful and informative session and the insights which you have given to all of us.
Thank you.
I am interested towards the other side because I work for environmental air pollution studies. So while a lot of shading is involved in this composite thing, so are we taking any measures for the particulate matters or the exposure which the people, those who are involved in this kind of compositing work. So I just wanted to have a comment on that, sir, from you. Thank you.
Yes, I will. One of the days, if you're interested, we can show you some of the composting areas. All right. The precaution is a must. The precaution, without it, you are actually taking that person health into a very bad situation, because the material which is coming to our treatment plant is approximately 1 to 2 days old. Sometimes it is older than that. Highly pathogenic infected it is there. Because if this material, municipalities do not clear it on a regular basis, this material which comes to us has a pathogen load anywhere between 10 to the power 5 to 6. You can imagine that. And also if you breathe that, which is also not right. So our people who does that are hand gloves, boots, and mask with an headgear is compulsory. And they have a medical checkup on a regular basis, because we have noticed in our initial days, people who come to this do not come by choice. They have a compulsion when they come to for working. So what we do is we ensure that their medical checkups are done and certified, because otherwise it is very difficult for anyone to continue working on this particular space. But we have people working in this space. Recently in Ahmedabad, we just recently had to, you know that government, when we start our composting plant, it is way out in the city, about say 15 to 20 kilometers. But by the time you have handled this material, you will find that whole environment in Ahmedabad. If anyone visited or you are known about it, there is called as Piranha Heap. It is a human-made mountain, which is more than, Ahmedabad should not have any mountain, but they have a waste mountain down, which is approximately holding 2 lakh tons of untreated material. That's the challenge. There, yes, if you tell me the problem is there, if it is not treated, the problem is there. But when you treat it, this type of problem will not be there in the environment.
Thank you, sir. And can we get an opportunity to further, measure these pollutants level for a pilot work? Will it be possible from your end or not?
Yes,
Oh.
you need to just let me know.
Sure,
For your
sir.
information, our Ahmedabad plant last month, we had to close it because of that piranha heap.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
Now
you,
they
sir.
want to clean that.
Sure.
2 lakh ton is not a joke.
Yeah.
Initially, yes, it is a full mountain.
Yes,
But
sir.
once the whole process is down, you please let me know.
Sure.
No
We
problem.
will join hands with you.
We
will
have,
join
see,
hands
for
with
your
you.
information, we started with Supreme Court trials. Supreme Court had a trial with all the agencies put in place to find out what is that. There is a report in 2000 by Supreme Court trial in our Thane plant. If you want, you can have the reference. I can share it with you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, welcome. Thank you.
Have a good day, sir.
Yeah, bye.
Sir, we have few more questions, sir.
Go
I
ahead,
would like-
please go ahead.
Yes. So, first question which has come up in the chat box is, can we get your presentation PPT? With your
I have shared
permission?
it with you. I have shared it with you. Please make it available.
Yes, so we participants, sir has given consent to share it. We will upload it and the link, and you can take it from there. Sir, another question is, are there any limitations of using these microbes? Because microbes, I guess, are not easy to handle once they are outside the lab. So what do you have to say on that?
See, frankly speaking, as a microbiologist, many of you might be aware, ours are in spore form. All right. The cultures which we are handling is in spore form. The reason is giving a 1 year shelf life. Otherwise, commercial validity is not there. transportation is the problem, we have 24 months of shelf life data with us, but we give you a 1 year validity because end of 1 year on different temperatures, because I have no control once it is out of my lab. So 10 to the power 6 is a calculation which we generally give after 1 year. Up till 18 months, you can use it. But from my perspective, I will say it is 12 months. After that, double it. Because see, if you do the calculation, if the number of cultures per gram of microorganism waste is not available, then the composting process slows down. So now we are telling 1 gram of my culture per kilo of organic waste is the calculation. Because I calculate 10 to the power 6 is per gram of my microorganisms. And that is making the difference. And there is a big science down here on this. Many people feel that it is a waste treatment. No, they need to understand there is a big science behind waste treatment. It needs to be understood from within before you can take it ahead. Yes, please.
So, but then carriers, what about the carriers? Because the mixtures which you have talked about.
Yes. Carriers also, because we export, the carriers needs to be controlled.
Yes.
So our carriers, we have made it to sustain that shelf life. We have modulated that carrier, which contains minerals only, but there are nutrients which will take care, and it will not have excess of moisture. So the absorption capacity of when I absorb it in that carrier, it should be maximum. If I have a liquid, I have 10 to the power 10 to 12. All right, is my concentration. But when I absorb it, it goes down. So I need to keep it in that particular concentration. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. But there are two more questions.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so one participant wants to know, does it mean that there will be no hazardous material which will enter the environment? I think they are referring to the use of those bioinoculants.
No. This is a question which has been asked by many people, that this microorganisms which you are giving, is it not going to contaminate my environment? No, because these are very common microorganisms which are already available in the environment. And let me tell you, to share, I have nothing open. These are all bacillus. These are all bacillus. Anything more you want? Bacillus is available everywhere.
Thank you. And there are more questions, but I think we have limitation of time. But then one last consent people are asking, can they visit your industry?
Yes, please. But please let me know, because see, we also have a limitation of our space. So it need not to be that too many people come into it. But yes, we would, in small groups, we would be happy.
Thank you very much, sir. And the number of questions itself speaks volumes about your presentation. But now I have a formal duty to perform. I would like to just summarize your session.
Please.
Now you have actually touched our hearts, because many of us who are microbiologists, we already know the power of microbes. You have just revealed how you can use that power of microbe for practicality or for viable solutions.
COVID has done it. COVID and vaccine has done both the ways.
Again, microbes, sir. Again,
yes,
a virus.
both the ways.
COVID,
one way,
deny.
Vaccine is the other way.
Yes, so microbes are always leading us and giving us solution. So
Sure.
to summarize, challenges in sir's presentation, very lucidly he explained us what were the challenges faced by Indian Agricultural Society, what are the challenges faced by the poultry farming, prawns farming, and he also explained to us how we can use the age-old concepts or technology of using green manure. He advocated use of aerobic composting, and he also shared with us the bioinoculums which are being used as a very viable solution. He has shown how he can implement this to control to face the challenges and control the waste problems or waste hazard. So I think that Sir has rightly explained why waste, something which was dumped and left to contaminate or pollute the environment. They have picked up the same, explored the power of microbes, and they have shown how you could recycle them, reuse them, and you can make wonders with this. And this also gels with the theme of interdisciplinary science, where like biology, like microbiology, botany, chemistry, and of course, technology can be put to use. And we really wish that very soon your patents are passed, because they seem to be very good, and we are 100% confident that soon we'll get good news from you, sir. So these patents are an outcome of all this blend of all technology. Thank you very much, sir, for coming on our platform and giving us such a wonderful explanation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. It was nice. I also enjoyed the same, but let me tell you, this all experience comes when you are in the field.
Yes, sir.
If you are on the field, because many people have the belief that, yes, lab is one place, but until unless you resolve the field problem, I don't think so we are doing justice to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir. And soon we'll keep in touch with you, because we are also getting interested like the participants, and we in Mumbai can definitely visit your industries.
Yes, please.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
Welcome, welcome, all of you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Go to the next session.
Thank you, Anuradha Pense ma'am, and a very big thank you to Dr. Susanta Kundu for such an elaborate talk, and congratulations, sir, on doing such an innovative work. I'm sure our audience have made the best of it. Requesting everyone to please fill the feedback forms for this session. The link will be sent on WhatsApp group and in the chat box. We await your valuable feedback. We have Dr. Gunjan Prakash as a speaker for the next technical session. She is Associate Professor at Center of Energy Biosciences, ICT, Mumbai. Ma'am will be talking on biotechnology-based products and processes. Topic of ma'am's talk is biotechnology linkage to safety, environmental protection, sustainability, and economic growth. Ma'am, we are very glad to have you here with us. The session will be chaired by Dr. Radhika Birmoli, Associate Professor, Department of Microbiology, and IQAC Coordinator, Wilson College Autonomous. With academics, ma'am is also very keen in research, with her works published in reputed journals and also appreciated at national platforms like Avishkar. I request Dr. Radhika ma'am to please introduce our speaker.
Thank you, Candida. Good afternoon, one and all present in the conference. I know that we are very near to the lunch break, but I think our second technical session will definitely keep you held up at your places to listen to the speaker. Our second technical session is on biotechnology linkage to safety, environmental protection, sustainability, and economic growth, presented by Dr. Gunjan Prakash from Department of Biological Sciences and Biotechnology, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. On behalf of the entire Wilson family, I welcome Dr. Gunjan to the National Conference on Scientific Approaches for Sustainable Environment. I'm privileged to give you an introduction of Dr. Gunjan. Dr. Gunjan is a passionate educator and researcher with more than a decade of experience in industrial biotechnology and algal biotechnology. She's a doctorate from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. After her PhD, she joined the Institute of Chemical Technology at DBT ICT Center for Energy Biosciences, India's first bioenergy center. She works with microbes and microalgae for bio-based products, for bio-based product development for 5 Fs, that is food, fuel, feed, fiber, and functional molecules with their applications in different industries. She also employs a synthetic biology approach for microalgae genetic engineering for biofuels and bioproducts. She has executed multiple government and industrial projects for bio-based product developments. With the acumen to do high-end research, she has published more than 30 papers with around 130 impact factors in international journals of repute and has 1 patent to her credit. She has guided more than 10 PhD and 15 MTech students. She has been awarded CSIR, GATE, Indo-Queensland, EMBO, and TWS fellowships. Apart from research, she is a keen mental health awareness believer and works for the student community. With this introduction, I invite Dr. Gunjan Prakash to deliver her talk. Over to you, Dr. Gunjan.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes.
Okay. I'm sharing my screen. You just let me know whether it is visible or not. Is it visible?
Yes, madam.
Okay. So, first of all, let me thank Wilson College, Dr. Radha and Candida, who have been communicating with me, for inviting me in this very interesting conference, and very interesting and very timely, I would say, because as previous speakers have also mentioned, especially Dr. Kamath, that sustainability is where that we have to start at our end. It's not a very big, it's not a big concept. And as Dr. Kamath was mentioning, every country has to adopt it from their point of view. And he gave a very beautiful example that when you're walking out of the class, if you're switching off the electricity, or if you are closing the tap, running water tap, that's what you are practicing the sustainability. So sustainability start with self. And yes, when we walk into the technology area, there also a lot of debate is there that the way we are utilizing the earth resources, that is going to, like, we can see the negative impact, we can see the climate change, like November 23 have been cited as the hottest month of the earth history. So all these changes we can see very clearly, and it has to go with the way the manufacturing process is working. So any sustainability talk cannot be completed without taking into consideration the sustainable development goals. So now we are aware of it, and it's so happening that nowadays even schools are introducing the concept of sustainability development goals into the in their curriculum. And that's what I think goes with that. If you introduce it since the beginning, then the new generation or the younger generation or the next generation, they are going to have this as a part of their life. So today, so we know there are 17 development goals, there are socio-economic development goals, as well as there are techno-economic. So of course, we are talking about technology. So we will be more concentrating on the techno-economic goals. And those I have highlighted, those are those which are directly or indirectly are related with the biotechnology. So I'll come in a bit that how these goals are related to technology. But I want to first explore that we know that, okay, these sustainable development goals needs to be achieved. But what are the challenges to achieve these goals? Because everybody will agree that yes, whatever says these 17 goals, these goals have to be made. or they have to met the whatever it has been, the exploration or the elaboration, whatever have been cited in these goals. This is all justified and it should be done for a healthy earth. So then, but what are the challenges and why biotechnology or how biotechnology is coming into picture to contribute in completion of these goals? So if we look at that what are the challenges to achieve the sustainable development goals, the first and foremost is the increasing population. So we know that at the rate at which the population is increasing, and this increasing population is basically pressurizing the earth, or it is posing a pressure on the earth for resources. So every human life requires resources in terms of land, water, chemicals, energy. So this demand is continuously increasing with the increasing population, and that is the foremost reason. The other reason is the way the humans have acquired all the humans have acquired their, or humans have completed their needs so far. So far, for example, the biggest challenge for sustainable development goal or in terms of climate change is coming in the form of the use of energy. So the energy need of human population or the human being is continuously increasing. And we can see there is a huge gap between the developed country and the developing country in terms of in terms of energy use. But with economies like India, China, and the income increasing, this energy demand is continuously increasing. And up till now, this energy demand has been completed based on the fossil fuels. And we all know what are fossil fuels. They have been developed over a period, billions of years by the extreme environmental condition under the sea, under the earth. And that is what now we are extracting. But as linking with the increasing population and linking with the increasing energy requirement, the pace at which now these fossil fuels are being extracted, that their formation is not compensating that. So there are different projections that at what time period the fossil fuel will be exhausted. Some say by 2090, some says by 3000, beginning of the 22nd century. There are different estimations, but the reality is that we cannot be awake at that time when we will be almost exhausting them. We have to leave something for the next generation. And that's the reason that bio-based fuels or bio-based energy and associated product, because as we will continue, we will see that the basic chemicals, which we call platform chemicals, their major source still is the fossil fuel. So when we talk about fossil fuel, we are not only talking about energy, but we are also talking about the multitude of chemicals which are forming all the basis of the material what we are using today or what the human being are using today. So when we say fossil fuels are exhausting, it goes for the energy as well as it goes for the chemicals. So now when we are saying that now we are approaching the era where fossil fuels availability is going to be limited. So definitely we need to have certain alternatives. And these are the alternatives, these are the bio-based alternative or the biotechnology-based alternatives that we are talking about. And as I mentioned, that if we look at some of the sustainable development goals, like goal number 2, zero hunger, goal number 3, good health and well-being, then clean water and sanitization, and so on, 7th, 12th, 14th. So these are the goals which we can directly link with the biotechnology, directly or indirectly. So this is one, I've tried to summarize that how these different SDG goals can be correlated with the biotechnology. So now for understanding this, we know that biotechnology has different facets. It's multifaceted. It has different domains. So first speaker has talked about environmental biotechnology. The second speaker has talked about agricultural biotechnology. Then we have marine biotechnology, dairy biotechnology. And we know that basically wherever living organisms are involved, we are talking about the biotechnology in each and every respect. So there are different ways in which biotechnology has been divided, but majorly if we see, we are talking about health. We just in the panel discussion, we had talk of the corona. So health would go into that direction. And when we talk about health, we are talking about biopharmaceutical devices, nutraceutical. We saw that in how corona, the nutraceutical use increased, and it was all plant extract, plant-based. So again, bio-based concept. So for good health and well-being, biotechnology has always been there. So biopharmaceutical is always been there, and it is one of the foremost and the biggest component in the biotechnology industry. Then coming to the energy need. So humans are dependent on diesel, petrol for all their energy need. Now, as we have discussed that because there are going to be dearth of these sources, so then there is a need for alternative, and those alternatives are coming in the form of biodiesel, ethanol, methane as a biogas. So this is coinciding with the affordable and clean energy goal. Similarly, when we talk about food, so we have talked about agriculture, that how to improve the productivity of agriculture, and agriculture is something which is directly related with the food production. And again, agriculture will have the functional food category, nutritional supplement category, plant biotechnology, animal biotechnology. So agricultural biotechnology is a very diverse and it encompasses multiple domains, and that is what is going to pay the improvement or the improvisation in agri-biotechnology is what going to deal with the zero hunger goal. So similarly, we can see that water quality. So we are talking about water quality. So all the marine. So if we talk about life below water or life on land, we know that everywhere the microbes are there. So therefore, we are saying that for these, and in each of these areas, we are facing certain challenges. And what we are trying to say that biotechnology, because it has always been there, and like we said, it's like, for example, ethanol, wine, beer production, it's an age-old industry, the oldest industry, and the use of yeast have always been there in that. So similarly, the involvement of microbes in pathogenesis. So biotechnology is not something new. It is now that it is being related with the economy and how that it can now contribute in the newer way and more smarter way. That is what now the biotechnology is being looked from the angle of. So when we compare biotechnology versus chemical-based product, as I mentioned, that fossil fuels and all derivative compounds. So we know that when oil is extracted, it goes to the petroleum refinery. There it is basically refined, and then it is converted into petrol and various petrol-derived components. And as I said, those components are which are being used in the plastic industry, polymer industry, textile industry. So all these chemicals are forming base of all the manufacturing industry. So when we are talking about alternative, we are talking about alternative in terms of both fuel and that material. So now what are the limitations or the challenges or the disadvantages with chemical production is the first and foremost that we are utilizing finite petroleum resources because of that, and we are aware of the oil pricing, like we can see in how last 10 years the petrol prices have increased. We are aware of the petroleum politics which goes. So petroleum pricing or the petrol availability directly impact a country in economic way. So therefore, both from the environmental point of view as well as from the economic point of view, for every country, it has now become imperative that they find the other sources. Now, again, depending upon the country requirement, these sources can be different. So to give one example, we are aware of the bio-based fuel, that is ethanol. Now, Brazil today, Brazil is the largest ethanol producer. And we know that ethanol comes from the sugar, which comes from the sugarcane. Now, if we look in terms of sugarcane production, India is also the second largest sugarcane production. But if we see the fraction of ethanol, which is coming from sugarcane, vis-a-vis the fraction of ethanol, which comes from sugarcane in Brazil. So there is a huge difference. As I said, Brazil is the largest ethanol producer, and it has replaced its economy is become in terms of energy, it is ethanol based now. Now Brazil could afford to do that because if we compare the India population and the Brazil population, we can see the difference very clearly. And sugarcane being the food commodity, for a country like India, it is not possible to divert food commodity to the fuel purpose. So if their choice has to be made between food and fuel, it's always going to be food. So therefore, Brazil could afford to divert ethanol, sugarcane to ethanol, but India cannot. So the bioenergy, bio-based economy has to be country specific, and we are aware that in the when chemicals are produced from the through the chemical synthesis, we know that high pressure, high temperature reactions are involved there, and they lead to multiple waste byproduct which comes into the environment pollutant category. So these are the reasons because of which it's being explored, or it has been thought since quite a long time that can these chemicals be produced through biological waste or biological sources utilizing, and now the waste to value concept is there, so utilizing biological waste, because it would offer a renewable sustainable source. For example, when we are talking about waste, let's say we are talking about agricultural biomass. So agricultural biomass is something which is always going to be available to the mankind, because that is directly related with the food production, and that is always going to be there. So agricultural biomass is a sustainable source. Similarly, if we talk about the liquid waste, municipal liquid waste, it is also a sustainable source. If so, can value be derived using these sustainable, which otherwise are the waste resources, using bio-based mechanism to produce the compound of interest which human beings are today using. So that is what is the core of the concept of bio-based production versus chemical production. And we know, we have discussed that use of microbe, like Madam mentioned about the microbiology. I also teach microbiology here, and we are aware of the different types of microbe. And when I take microbiology course, I always make this statement that never underestimate the power of microbe. So we are all aware of the power of microbe in different arena, health, food, agriculture, bioremediation, and all that. And we also know that depending upon which category of products or which category of processes we are talking about, the biotechnology have been divided into different categories like blue biotechnology, red biotechnology, white and green biotechnology. And all these different types of biotechnology, what we are talking about, this is what basically leading to the different biotechnology sectors. So for example, as I mentioned, biopharmaceutical. So generally, when we study microbiology, we do not include biopharmaceutical or into that. It's a separate, very separate, different domain. But if we look, there also we are using microbes. So biopharmaceutical is also one of the biotechnology center. And today's, if we talk about the today's economy, so now today Indian biotechnology is a 90 billion economy. So more than 60% of that comes from the biopharmaceutical. So in today's topic, I'm not going to concentrate on the biopharmaceutical part, but I'm going to more concentrate on the bioindustry part, which is basically utilizing the microorganism and preferably from the waste and the sustainable sources, so that we are ensuring the two issues. We are ensuring the we are ensuring the sustainability of the raw material, as well as we are ensuring the environment is not being negatively impacted. So this is bioindustries, what I am going to concentrate on. Agri-biotechnology, previous speaker covered that very beautifully. And then we can see that agriculture and bioindustry, these are the two sectors which are being seen as a major contributor in increasing the Indian biotechnology target, or reaching the Indian biotechnology target of $150 billion by 2025 and $300 billion by 2030. So Indian government has also in last 2 decades have recognized that it is the bio-based product which will ultimately have to come into picture if environmental issues and the sustainability issues have to be addressed. So therefore, but now biotechnology industry is also being very aggressively being promoted by Indian government as well. And as we are discussing these issues over here, simultaneously a Global Bio India 2023 it's not a conference, it's, you can say, a conclave where industry, academia, policymakers all are coming together, and they are discussing that how this bioeconomy target of $150 billion can be achieved. Because if we see, we only have 2 years to achieve that. So you can see it's a very bullish and very aggressive target. So now, when we are saying that we are going to talk about the products which are otherwise chemical based, and we are trying to replace them with the bio-based method. So what are these chemicals ultimately we are talking about? So now if we see these chemicals, these chemicals can be divided or can be categorized in terms of carbon number. So if you look at this chart, on the x-axis, we have the carbon number, starting from carbon number 1, which is methane, then 2, ethane, propane, butane, and so on. And then we can see that in each category of carbon-based molecule, we have different molecules. So for example, from methane, in C1 carbon category, we have methanol, carbon monoxide, formaldehyde. And now there is a lot of talk about methanol being also being used as a fuel molecule. Similarly, when we go to the 2 carbon category, we have ethene, ethanol. We all are aware of ethanol. It has been used as a beverage, but now it is being the second generation biofuel to replace the petroleum. And as per the today's mandate, by 2025, Government of India plans to replace 20% of petroleum with the ethanol. So now the question is whether country has so much of ethanol to blend to replace petrol, because if we will look at the volume of the fuel, so volume of fuel is always going to be very high as compared to any specialty molecules. And we'll talk about these 2 type of molecule, that is low value and high value molecule, depending upon their volume. So the conclusion of this slide is that there are compound, what we are talking about, of the different carbon based, they are different carbon based, these are organic molecule, and currently they are being obtained from the fossil based product and processes. And in the long run, the ultimate goal is to base it on the carbohydrate. So they are carbohydrate based molecule. So can there be an alternative source for these carbohydrate based molecule rather than the fossil fuel based, which can then, based on which this entire platform chemical. So platform chemical is a term, it's a common umbrella term, which these chemicals can be then converted into multiple other molecules. So these some of the molecules listed over here are the platform chemicals. So idea is that platform chemical which are low value compound. Now platform chemicals are always low value metabolites or low value chemicals. So the idea is, can these platform chemicals be made using biological system? So we can see this analogy, like for example, we know that ethanol is used as a beverage, and ethanol is also poised to be used as a fuel. Now we can very clearly see the cost disparity. For fuel, we cannot, or ethanol cannot afford to have, let's say, more price than the petroleum price. But when it goes into the beverages section, it fetches a premium price. So that's the difference between high value chemical and the low value chemical. And if we look at today's bio-based industry, it is still some products are there which are viable using bio-based processes. However, we will find that they are, most of the time, they are high value molecules. But here, when we are talking about bio industry, we have to include the low value chemical also, because then only this sustainability and the replacement of these bulk molecules which are now being derived chemically would be possible. So that's the challenge of bio-based products. So when we come to bio-based product, of course, we come to the different types of microorganism, and we are all aware of different types of microorganism. And when we are talking about microorganism based product, broadly we can categorize them in terms of biomass, fuel, or bioproducts. For example, as my introduction was made, it was mentioned that I work on 5 Fs. So these 5 Fs basically, they are based on their property and their application. And broadly, we can also categorize those 5 F into these 3 types, which is biomass, biofuel, bioproduct. So when we are saying biomass, it is the entire biomass. For example, you might be aware of, let's say, spirulina and chlorella, which are microalgae. So, which are being used as they are very nutritious, and then therefore they are consumed as a source of protein. They are single cell protein. Similarly, we have a source of yeast as a single cell protein. So here we are talking about the entire organism as the product. So when we are talking about product, it can be the entire biomass, as I said, or it can be part of the biomass, in which case it can be intracellular or it can be extracellular. So these are the category of products, we can say, and it is very important to distinguish these, because the production of these products from the biological organism, the economics or the cost of the production is very highly influenced or determined by which type of product we are talking about. Because if we are talking about, let's say, an intracellular product, we know that for extracting that product from inside the cell, there would be an additional step. There will be an additional unit operation. And whenever in the processes we talk about unit operation. So for example, growing microorganism will be one unit operation. Then separation of microorganism from the broth in which it is being grown, that would be the second operation. Now, extracting the product of interest from the cell, it would be the third unit operation. Then its purification would be the next unit operation. And as the number of unit operation increases in a bio-based process, the cost increases. And ultimately, our aim is to make these bioproducts at the same price, or at least similar price where today the chemical product is. Because whatever environmental concern we talk about, whatever sustainability we talk about, industry is always going to see any product first from the cost perspective. If cost meet and sustainability and waste to value concept is coming with it, it's a bonus for them. But if cost parity is not there, industry other than like they take some maybe activity under CSR, but other than that, it's not going to be going into the manufacturing line. So therefore, maintaining the cost parity is one of the major, and this is one of the major challenges which bio-based products are facing. And that's the reason that why they have not been replaced, like why not succinic acid have been replaced by bio-based production method. Because if we look at the economics of the succinic acid production, there is a huge difference between a chemically derived price of chemically derived succinic acid and a bio-based derived succinic acid. So ultimately, whatever we are talking about, it has to be under the umbrella of economic viability. So, and when we talk about economic viability, so then these two type of product will come into picture. That is, first category being high value, low volume. So in this, for example, ethanol example we were talking. So beverage, ethanol-based beverage will come into this high value, low volume category. And the same ethanol, when it is being used as a fuel at a fuel level, it will come into the low value, high volume category. Another example could be like both the Dr. Kamath talked about the aquaculture. And in aquaculture, we know that these fishes are very rich sources of omega-3 fatty acid. Now, this omega-3 fatty acid, it comes from a type of microorganism that is protist. And these are the, fish do not synthesize omega-3 fatty acid, but these protists synthesize, and protists consume, fishes consume these protists, and that is how they get this omega-3 fatty acid. So now we can grow these protists and we can provide this biomass as an aquaculture feed, fish feed. So then this biomass, but because feed is not a very high value commodity, the feed price, this protist biomass price has to be lower. But if we are, let's say, extracting the omega-3 fatty acid from these protists, then omega-3 fatty acid, it goes into the nutraceutical industry, it goes into the pharmaceutical industry. So there it fetches the high value. So now there is this lot of talk can we combine these two types of molecule so that some of the cost which is there some of the cost of low value molecule can be offset by the incorporation of high value molecule. So this is one of the concept of biorefinery, and also another concept in in the biorefinery, the concept of zero waste is coming, that none of the byproduct should go as unutilized. The water has to be recirculated. The nutrient which are remaining, they needs to be reutilized or reused. So all these new concepts from the point of view of sustainability as well as from the point of view of economics are now being coming into picture, and that's how now these new biotechnology based products are being done. Another, I would say, a new development in case of biotechnology based production is the precision fermentation. Now, particularly in the food industry, there is demand of very specific texture giving, taste giving. The demands of these ingredients are there. So, for example, some of you might be aware of these alternative meats or the plant-based meats, where they are basically trying to reduce or minimize the slaughtering of animal for the meat, which is actually a protein source, a very high protein source. So can these protein which provide meats is its flavor, texture, so can they be produced from any other alternative way which involves less cruelty, which involves less environmental resources? Because rearing animals for meat production, it involves lot of fodder. They require a lot of fodder, they require land, they require water. So it's actually very energy consuming and resource consuming process. Therefore, both from the economic point, both from the ethical point and from the sustainability point, can certain ingredient be produced using microorganism in very controlled environment, where this is combination of traditional biotechnology knowledge which is already there, but we are utilizing it for the formation of maybe certain new ingredients. And also, as we will see that downstream processing is always a major cost factor in development of any bio-based product. So therefore, now this concept of can biomass itself be utilized as a source of ingredient. So these things are now catching up in the biomanufacturing part. So whenever we will talk about bio-based manufacturing, be it any organism, it is always going to follow this flow. That is, organism would be selected, organism would be developed for the whatever goal or whatever the end product is. For that, the organism development and the process development would be there. And finally, this process development should culminate into the scale up, because that's the only way when this product can be utilized at the mass scale. So this all is now coming, umbrella term biomanufacturing is being used. And because government is also placing a lot of emphasis on in-house manufacturing, or the manufacturing within India only. So in biotechnology area also, this concept is growing of this concept of biomanufacturing is growing. Just give me a minute. Hello, I'm sorry for this background noise. Okay. So now, when we say that bio-based product can replace the chemical-based product, so then question comes that okay, conceptually they can be produced, but what are the different challenges which are there for bio-based product formation? So because any bio-based production is going to be started with the organism, so organism selection, and also if whether the strain what we are working with, whether we have the freedom to use that strain at the later scale. So this is very important because usually when any at the academic setup, whenever any research in this area is started, there are always two ways. We can obtain the strain from the repository, culture repository, or we can isolate it. Now, obviously, the first way is the more straightforward way. And if the research is to be limited for the academic purpose or the research purpose, then definitely that is the best way also. But if idea of research is to take it to the production level, then it's a good idea to invest initial time in the screening. Although I know it's a very tedious job and it's a kind of we can say monotonous job, and it involves a lot of time, but having organism your isolated organism for yourself has its advantages, because then it is free from all patent obligation. Like we are free to utilize that organism for any processes. So that is its own so isolation of indigenous microorganism is an alternative. Then the second and the foremost thing comes. So here now we are talking about the upstream processing, where basically we are concentrating on the organism and its growth and the process development for the organism growth and the product formation. So the foremost thing in the upstream processing then would be the feedstock availability, and which is directly related to the cost of the media. So now upstream, as we'll see further, upstream cost is very majorly influenced by the carbon and nitrogen cost. So therefore, the alternatives are being seen, that whether instead of pure sugar, pure nitrogen in the form of glucose, yeast extract, peptone respectively, can other sources contribute, which can in turn come from the waste, or as we were talking about the like agricultural biomass. So for example, that why waste. So can these waste be used in the fermentation industry as well for the bio-based product formation? Of course, their one and primary use is to go back to the nature and increase the soil productivity, but by sheer volume or the quantum of those agricultural biomass gives a very large opportunity to utilize them as a carbohydrate as well. Because when we look at the chemistry of this agricultural biomass, the agricultural biomass is composed of cellulose and hemicellulose. Now, cellulose and hemicellulose they are the polymer of carbohydrates. So cellulose is entirely composed of glucose and C6 sugar, and hemicellulose is C5 sugar. So they are being sourced as a very abundant and sustainable reservoir of these C6 and C5 sugar. Similarly, the methane as a C1 carbon monoxide. So these waste derived or the low-cost based feedstocks are now being explored for making these bio-based products. In the next category for downstream processing, so we talked about upstream processing, and any bio-based industry or any bio-based product will be made by the combination of upstream and downstream. Now, downstream processing constitute around 70% of the overall product cost. So therefore, and it also involves usage of solvent, like the same chemicals we are talking about, which are the fossil based. So so the half of the goal would be achieved, that for production we are utilizing the microbial organism or bio-based organism. However, the downstream processing is still being carried out with the help of solvent, for which the original source is fossil fuel. So in downstream processing also, the use of green and more cost-effective methods are being sought. And one of the major downstream and requirement is of energy. So energy input is very high in downstream, and that has to be reduced if the process has to make product or process have to be cost competitive. And then process scale up. Yes, process scale up, I would say, is the biggest challenge, specifically in the academic setup, also in the industrial setup, because doing research at lab scale, that is the TRL3, which is technology readiness level 3, and taking it to TRL7, that is the where the process have been scaled up and its economics have been satisfied or proved at the TRL7 level. These are two different ball games. So of course, the first step is always the proof of concept at the laboratory scale, at the bioreactor scale. But then the process scale up is the thing which will take or which will determine whether the product will see the light of market or not. So now I'll just touch upon some of the cost-effective fermentation measures which can be used for development of bio-based product. So as we have said that the carbon alternatives can be different. So these are the feedstocks which can act as a carbon alternative or the carbon source alternative. So edible crops like the residue of these crops or directly these crops itself. So as we talked about the development of ethanol from sugarcane and sugarcane residue. So ethanol can be obtained directly from the sugarcane, or ethanol can be obtained utilizing the sugarcane bagasse, then converting that bagasse to cellulose, hemicellulose, and then glucose and C5 sugar, and then. So in the similar manner, for any bio-based product, the edible crops itself and the agricultural residue can be utilized as a carbon source. And as we have discussed, the food will always have an upper hand over the fuel product. So in the choice to make sugar for making any bio-based, the agricultural residue or biomass is being explored. Like for example, wheat is the staple crop in India. So we cannot afford to make sugars from wheat, but definitely we can afford to make sugar from the wheat straw. So these are the major, so agricultural biomass is the major feedstock which is being explored. And then algal biomass, because that is also rich in carbohydrate and protein, that can also be used to use microorganism. And then there are a lot of non-edible crops like jatropha and castor, which makes castor oil, and the CO2 which is available in the environment. These are being seen as a carbon source. And the reason, as I mentioned, that carbon and the nitrogen, these are the most cost contributing factor in any bio-based fermentation process. So in fact, it's interesting to see that nitrogen is something which costs around 75 to 80% of total media cost, followed by 20 to 25% of total media cost by carbon, while phosphate has a negligible cost when we talk in terms of media cost. So therefore, these fermentation processes for the production of bio-based product have to be optimized in terms of utilization of this carbon and nitrogen. So as discussed, as an alternative carbon source, we can utilize lignocellulosic biomass. As mentioned, glucose can be obtained from cellulose and xylose from the hemicellulose. Another source is the glycerol, which is also a excellent carbon source. And if we look at the metabolism of glucose and glycerol, what we will see, the way glycerol metabolizes, it is a more reducing molecule than the glucose molecule. So it provides more energy when it is metabolized. So glycerol is also very excellent carbon source. And so these are the agricultural based sources, or the glycerol is the industrial waste from the biodiesel industry itself. And then there are certain other carbon compounds which are being explored, like spent wash, which is a product of biogas industry. Then acetate from biomass, acetate being C2 molecule, then lignin, which is a complex of phenolic compound. So all these alternative sources can be utilized. So the idea is to utilize these alternative sources converted into sugar form or converted into carbon form, which would be then be taken by the microorganism and which would lead to the platform chemicals or any bio-based chemical. Now, when we talk about nitrogen source, if we look any media, we find that nitrogen is always in excess, and that is done to ensure that when we are trying to grow the microorganism has excess of carbon and nitrogen. However, when we are talking about the product formation or the product optimization, we have two approaches. Either first we can reduce the amount of nitrogen which is there. Also, we can utilize, like we are saying, agricultural biomass for carbon. Similarly, we can utilize other industrial waste as an inexpensive nitrogen source. And then the other approach is whatever nutrient is left after the process is done, can that be recycled back for the next round of process development? So these are the approaches, and some of the we know that in media, E6 and peptone, they are the most widely used nitrogen sources. So they can be replaced either by the inorganic nitrogen sources or the organic nitrogen sources. So urea, sodium nitrate, ammonium salts, or the organic nitrogen sources which can be obtained from different industry byproducts or the waste. Like from the oil industry, we can get the soya meal, from oil seed meals. Basically, it can be soya meal, it can be rapeseed meal, and they are very excellent nitrogen source. And or the poultry waste, that is also very rich in the nitrogen. So these alternative inorganic and nitrogen sources can be utilized. And if we want to compare inorganic and organic source, so it's a trade-off. Inorganic nitrogen source are much less expensive as compared to organic nitrogen source. However, when we compare them in terms of how microorganism grows, so organic nitrogen source always provide the higher growth. So again, decision have to be made depending upon what type of product we are talking about, that which type of nitrogen source can be taken. So for example, when we are talking about low value, let's say biomass, then growing it on inorganic nitrogen source will be most optimum. Of course, provided organism is able to grow. Not all organism will grow on inorganic nitrogen source. So we can see that lot of basically experimentation, lot of analysis, and lot of technicalities goes in developing any bio-based process. It's not as simple that we take a microorganism and grow it. Of course, we can grow it, but growing it for any particular objective or any particular product, they would be two very different scenario. So basically, of course, we are saying that we can use the alternative. However, there are, we cannot say that these alternatives are foolproof. These alternatives will, or they do come with their own set of challenges which need to be addressed. For example, when we talk about feedstock availability, the compatibility of microbe with the provided carbon and nitrogen source has to be there. They should be, these should be available on a regular basis. Raw material availability have to be ensured, because an industry cannot afford that the raw material supply is not consistent. So that is one of the very important aspect, how it can be stored, whether the shelf life is high or not, whether any processing, pre-processing would be required to utilize these alternative sources. So all these aspects have to be taken into consideration. Downstream processing, of course, cost and availability of instrumentation. And usually what happens that if the academician try to develop a novel downstream processes, then industry is not very comfortable. They are always comfortable with whatever is already pre-established. So that is also one bottleneck, I would say. And of course, process scale up, translation at industrial scale is difficult, and it usually an industry have to be involved into this. So in downstreaming, as I was mentioning, that energy requirement is the major requirement, because when we grow microorganism in a fermentation media, at the end of the fermentation, we need to isolate the microbes from the liquid. So it's a solid liquid separation. And usually if centrifugation, for example, at laboratory level, we do centrifugation. However, if we look at the energy expenditure which goes for the centrifugation, it's very high. Similarly, drying of the biomass, drying involves a lot of energy. So, for example, we can see that wherever we are using the product which involves drying. For example, if we talk about the milk powder, or we talk about the protein powder. Now they are absolutely free from the moisture. So very high-end techniques like spray drying or lyophilization, they are used for their for removing the water, and that is what contribute to their higher cost. So now those kind of molecules, they come into the high value molecule. So therefore that cost is, downstreaming cost is being offset. But the same cannot be utilized. For example, if we want to make a bio-based product, let's say at 100 rupees a kg or 200 rupees a kg, then we won't be able to afford these kind of expensive downstream processing. So therefore, there is a need to basically develop the processes which in downstream processes which involve lower energy. In this direction, we did work on the omega-3 fatty acid production, or this proteins I was talking about, which are rich in omega-3. So basically, we tried to omit the drying step as well as the centrifugation step. And then we showed that what is the energy comparison, and we could show that if we overcome the drying step or the centrifugation step, there will be huge saving in terms of energy. And yes, process scale up. Of course, when we are talking about any industry developing the bio-based process, it may not be a challenge for them because they do have the scale up facility. However, from academic point of view, if I look at it, it is the biggest challenge, because academicians, they are able to develop processes at the laboratory scale. However, beyond that, there is no availability of scale-up facility also. And also, it is not easy to find any contract manufacturing services also. So from academician point of view, it becomes the biggest limitation. And getting the scale-up expertise, of course, cost funding for the scale-up. And finally, once the product is formed, it has to be meshed. It has to mesh specification. The testing has to be there. It should be tested for absence of, if it's a food product, then absence of microbe. All that has to be there, and ultimately the industry which would be interested. If we look from the point of view of industry, yes, they do have the scale-up facility. However, setting up the scale-up criteria. So, for example, if it's a highly aerobic organism, then matching the air requirement in a 5-liter or 10-liter reactor, or in a 300 or 1,000-liter reactor, it's a huge challenge. The other challenges which are encountered during scale-up is a foaming problem or the contamination problem. So these are the challenges which are there whenever any bio-based product is in the development. So this is what basically I call the valley of death in industrial biotechnology. That is, proof of principle is not enough to gain traction in the industry. Business models are required to prevent failure or to industrialize the process. This must be done by reducing resource requirements, avoiding time and cost. Then in bio-based industry, we see a lack of venture capitalists who are ready to take risk and who are ready to put experiment. And therefore, there is the need for this collaboration between various sectors, including academia, industry, government, and startup. Government regulation, whenever we are utilizing any bio-based organism, the Biodiversity Act come into picture, National Biodiversity Act. So recently we patented one process where this protists in aquaculture are involved, and this was the isolated microorganism. And I mentioned earlier that if you are isolating, it's good from the industry point of view. But then I learned that if any organism or any biological resources is of Indian origin, then the permission has to be taken from the National Biotechnology Authority. So this is an additional basically regulation. On the contrary, if you are utilizing any culture which is from the foreign repository, then it does not come under National Biodiversity Act. So there are a lot of regulations which come into picture when scale up or the things goes out of laboratory. Of course, if you are working with GMO, there is a whole new set of new rules and regulation and permission to grow them it goes to the highest authority, to the government, and then that's how the permission is obtained. And of course, for GMO, public perception is also not very positive, because I noticed in both the previous presentation, the question was asked that whether they are GMO or non-GMO. And if it's non-GMO, then the industry also itself is very positive. And they also know that they only have to follow the regular regulations procedure, and not any specifically made procedure which are there for the GMOs. So now, whatever I have just explained, that for the development of bio-based product to make them commercially viable, I will very quickly have one case study which I worked on. So it's a 2,3-butanediol, which is a platform chemical, and it has multiple application, like multiple derived. You can see that many further molecule can be made, like methyl-ethyl ketone, acetone, 2,3-butanediol ketone, 1,3-butadiene, 2,3-butadiene, and all of these are used at very major level in different industry, in the chemical industry. So 2,3-butadiene is a very important molecule now, and we can see its importance from its market value. So, and the global demand also, we can see that the global demand and the expected market value is also continuously increasing. So whenever we decide working on any bio product, it is always important to look that what kind of market the product is having, and what is its trajectory, that how it is poised to increase in the near future. So, of course, there is a chemical production process for the 2,3-butadiene, but whatever limitation we have discussed about the chemical process, all those applies here. And so they are non-renewable, so based on non-renewable resources, environmental, unfriendly, and also additional issue is the low optical purity. So that is additional advantage of bio-based product, because there the enzymes are acting as a catalyst and they are very specific. So we have a optical purity. So that is additional advantage in terms of bio-based product. So therefore, this production of bio-based, we investigated from the utilizing the waste sources, and of course, which would offset the limitation of the chemical-based process. And as I mentioned, the work was continued in different parts, starting with the strain screening, then optimization of process parameter in bioreactor, then fermentation strategy, process intensification to increase the biomass, yield, productivity, improving the process economics, and ultimately the downstream processing. And yes, whatever different ways I mentioned of utilizing the agricultural biomass, or the reducing the nitrogen content, or replacing the nitrogen with all those strategies were the glucose, which was LBM derived, and the pure nitrogen sources, that is yeast excitant peptone. And then subsequently, we basically kept on either reducing the substrate concentration, or we kept on replacing them with the low cost waste-based sources. Then ultimately, we could see the almost 30 times reduction in the cost from the media where we started, and the media where finally reset in the nitrogen source. So this upstream process was developed, and then as a downstreaming, instead of centrifugation, the membrane filtration was utilized, because when we compared the cost, when we did the cost comparison between centrifugation and microfiltration was found to be a better method. So that's how this development of 2,3-BDO or platform chemical happened. And then one additional thing I would like to mention also now is that there is a possibility that the entire bio-based synthesis may not be possible. So now there is this semi-synthetic approach which is being approached. That is where we make one molecule out of biological sources and then do its chemical conversion using, of course, using green solvents and not the conventionally used solvent which are obtained from the petroleum based sources. So that is the another approach which is being utilized for the production of these different chemicals, which can be then replaced from the based on the total chemical. So instead of total chemical production, we are talking about the semi-synthetic production. So this was one. Then we heard mentioning of microalgae in the first presentation in terms of its in terms of problems of algal bloom. However, microalgae, they are excellent type of microbe. They are the first microbe which were developed on the earth. They are the microbe which were responsible for the conversion of anaerobic environment on the earth to the aerobic, and that's how the life start, aerobic life start. And they are very rich nutritionally, they are very rich, and therefore they are used in multiple purposes. They are used for multiple purposes like single cell protein. They are high in oil. So they are also being explored for biodiesel, biofertilizer, pharmaceutical, nutraceutical, aquaculture, etc. So now this microalgae based product are also being explored very extensively. And of course, when microalgae come into picture, there is this additional requirement of CO2 and light come. And CO2 becomes, and this basically the requirement of CO2 provide an additional edge, because when microalgae based processes are being developed, it is simultaneously associated with the carbon dioxide sequestration. And light, this light actually poses a very technical challenges for the microalgal cultivation, because either the sun, because if we are basing the cultivation on the sunlight basis, then we are this cultivation is going to be affected with seasonal variation and the geographical variation. So for example, India is a country, tropical country, where we can have, let's say, out of 365 days, at least 200 days we can have a good sunlight. But then if we talk about Scandinavian countries or the some European country where the light intensities are not higher. So this light management of light is a challenge, and also the scale up cultivation. So again, as we were talking about the sugar based biorefinery based on C5 sugar and C6 sugar, similarly this algae based biorefinery concept is also there, where of course by providing nutrients the algae can be cultivated, and it will also follow the same process what we just discussed, starting from the organism to the final product, that is cultivation, downstream processing, drying, and of course again in case of microalgae, again the drying cost is very high, because their concentration or their density is not very high. So therefore it requires more energy to separate the microalgae from the, so liquid solid separation require more energy. But of course, if we look at the list of molecules or list of the chemical that these different microalgae can produce, it appears very lucrative, and particularly in food industry and in cosmetic industry, these microalgae are being used very extensively. So with this, I would like to conclude that biotechnology is of course being utilized in a very traditional, from very long time, the traditional practices are there for the fermented foods and beverages, medicines, and a whole set of chemicals.
Not very
But now it is being explored in combination with the, let's say, chemical approaches, or by process intensification, or by incorporation of genetically modified organism. So, for example, if we look at the vaccines which we utilize, all the vaccines, or like look at the example of insulin, all this is now GMO derived. So, humankind have accepted the GMO when it comes to health. However, there are still reservation when it comes to the use of GMO in the edible form, in the food form, or in some other chemical form. However, the advancement of not having the antibiotic marker or the marker-free technology, all these are also coming into picture, so that these perception can be changed, or they can be made as safe as possible. So these are few of the companies which are there. And yes, I would like to thank the organizer for providing me this opportunity to discuss some of the common facts of biotech-based process and products and some of my research work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gunjan. The session is open for questions. We may take 1 or 2 questions. So the participants who are in online mode, you may post your questions in the chat.
So I see one question. I want the presenter, is it for me, to suggest for us which of the nitrogen processing will be best used in our laboratory, or it was for the earlier presenter?
Even if it is for madam, I don't think that further details are given so that the presenter can give you answer to that question. Because this nitrogen processing is with respect to what? That has to be clarified by the person who is participant who is asking the question. Are there any more questions, or shall we just summarize the session and proceed further?
Yeah, I think it's lunch time as well. The session has extended.
And we have now oral presentations after a while after lunch break. So
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Gunjan, for an elaborate talk on bio-based products and processes. You have actually taken us through the journey of, like what is the existing situation, what was present in past, and how we are trying to overcome the challenges and the difficulties with respect to sustainability of the environment. And you have really spoken well about contribution of biotechnology. With respect to that, you have given white, green, red, blue biotechnology for development of bio-based products and how they are contributing to the sustainability. Along with this, it's not that easy part. There are challenges associated with all these processes. Like you have given us minute details regarding fermentations to be carried out for the production of these bio-based products. Like as academicians, what challenges we would have while scaling up these processes, and when we are using organisms from natural sources, what kind of government policies or regulatory affairs one has to take into account or to pay attention. And interesting 2 case studies. Completely microbiological approach, and the other was semi-synthetic approach. And you have really gave us a lot of information regarding what work you are doing. And we are thankful to you, because some of us have got an idea about like what kind of limitations or challenges we may have to face if we think of bio-based products or production processes, etc. And not just production, while thinking about bio-based products, one should think of the economy of the process. And very well given example also of Brazil and India, like why we can't use ethanol so commonly as biofuel, and how it is related to population, and how a process or a technology can become a country based. And that was a very good example to understand and to decide when we are thinking about bio-based products or processes. Thank you so much, Dr. Gunjan, for spending your valuable time and sharing like the information regarding bio-based products produced from biotechnology. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind remarks.
I call upon Dr. Candida to take the proceedings further.
Thank you, Dr. Radhika Birbole, ma'am. I extend my gratitude towards Gunjan Prakash, ma'am, for such a detailed presentation on bio-based products and processes. Hope our audience have taken the note of these processes and products and will deliberate on the same. The feedback link will be sent in the chat box and WhatsApp group, requesting all participants to fill up the feedback and give their valuable suggestions. As we are running a little late as per our schedule, we would resume back at sharp 2:40 p.m. Participants take a quick lunch break and reassemble. Before we go to our lunch break, there are some instructions for the presenters. Presentation will be done on Zoom platform. Presenters will use a desktop, laptop for presentation, not mobile phones. Make sure the computer has a working mic, headphone, and a webcam. Presenters should have Zoom application installed in their devices and log in with their Zoom account. Make sure your account name is as per registration name. Presenters should have good internet connectivity on their device for uninterrupted experience while presenting online. The schedule has been shared with the participants. Presenters are instructed to strictly follow the sequence and time limit of presentation as per the schedule and be ready with their turn and share screen only when asked by the host. The time given for the presentations is 7 minutes for the presentation and 3 minutes for the discussion. All participants of oral and poster presentation are hereby instructed to rename their Zoom account as per the code /name of participant for poster and oral presentation. The code for each poster/oral presentation has been shared. Please refer that document for your code. Thank you and best of luck.
you.